Devil in a red dress. Call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang, bang, got my hand on the trigger. The devil in a red dress. Call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang, bang, got my hand, bang, got my hand. Call
What's up, dude? Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. And we're going to have a fun conversation tonight. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Holy moly. It is 10:22 p.m. Do you know where your children are? We are about to get it in. Mods, get ready. This may frustrate some people. We may get some hate posting, some ish posting, and don't forget to smash that. Thank you, Kurt. Appreciate you. Great to see all you guys here. Thank you so much. For those of you that have never tuned into an episode of DLD After Dark, Dark. Why's my camera all jacked up? Hold up. Speaking of jacked up, you know what I'm saying? I'm working on it, guys. Yeah, I'm not there yet. But anyway, I'm working on it. I'm getting better, leaner, meaner, rolling with the neener. All right, sorry. So if this is your first time tuning in to DLD After Dark, which is nearly impossible because YouTube certainly doesn't show my stuff to other people, excuse me, uh, then we're going to take the next 10 minutes or so to welcome all of our channel members, to welcome all the viewers, and just say hello. And then after that, we're going to start the show. Actually, the topic of this show stems from a little bit of a disagreement I got into with somebody, and also some other situations that have all kind of stemmed from this one thing. And of course, like every other DLD After Dark, we're going to end up taking 1,000 different turns in the conversation and do all the things. So anyway, let's go ahead and greet everybody. We're also going to congratulate the first person in chat this evening. And for those of you that may be watching this, like I said, for the first time, then I'm hoping that when you stick around after a little while, if you like what you see, you may choose to make the decision to subscribe for further videos. And if you choose to, I hope we earn it. in your mind. Anyway, as my guest is humbly waiting backstage like a straight up G, thank you. We're going to go ahead and greet everybody. And if you're watching this the next day, or the next day, or the next day, or the next day, then I'd like to say thank you. And don't forget to comment, replay mafia, recapitulation syndication, all the stuff that y'all have come up with. I love it. It's great. And I would also like to just like bang out the comments, like just blow them up, just nuke the comments. I don't care if the same person drops 50, but let's just get a little crazy with it, all right? And also strap check in the comments for people watching this the next day and the next day. I'm curious, what are y'all rocking? Tonight we are rocking the Glock 43X with the TLR7 sub only because Goonbeam does not make a small TLR7 sub size light. If he did, I would have that on it. And the Shield Arms 20+1 magazine because why not? If you can fit it in your pants, rock it. Yeah. Okay. So let's go ahead and get started. Let me know what you're rocking in chat. We're doing a quick strap check, which means what are you carrying? And we believe that you should carry your firearms inside of your home because evil does not take a break. So you should not disarm yourself the moment that you get into your house and be like, but my guns in my bedside table. And no, keep it on you because you may not have time to run and grab it. Uh, anyway, let's go ahead and jump in. I don't know where everyone's at. Like, this is so weird. Like, there's 19 people in here. Usually we got like 50 people in here. It is Father's Day weekend, so maybe some of the gentlemen out there are spending the Saturday evenings with their lady friends, which and their families and kids and all that stuff. If your kids are up this late, put them to bed, bro. What are you doing? Anyway, let's go ahead and get started. First off, thank you all for coming in and hanging out. I appreciate y'all. Strap check, don't forget, and we'll keep it moving. Toy Town Inc. was first this evening. Congratulations, Toy Town Inc. You were first in chat, my guy. And then, Kurt was right behind you with the whoosh, like in the same second. Congrats on first because, Kurt's always first. And Kurt, we appreciate you, my guy. Toy Town Inc. Congrats, my brother. Here's a crisp. Look how rigid this hand is. Crisp high five. Whoosh, appreciate you. And of course, we got Kurt 24, who is a channel member indeed. And Kurt 24 is the low key producer of the show, but you already know. We got Zanti Misfit, who's also a channel member. Appreciate you, my guy. Thank you. Been a channel member for a long time. We got Fluffy Bunny Arsenal as well, another channel member. Thank you, brother. Let's see, Zanti, Kurt 24, Fluffy Bunny Arsenal, Kurt 24, Zanti. Let me see. There he is. T for Tejas. What's up, brother? Great to see you. Also, a channel member. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to not say Chanamemba because like I feel like it's, I don't know. It's lost its touch. So I just want to say channel member. Is that weird? Let me know. I just okay, I'll be real. I've noticed a lot of other people and other shows and other live streams where people are doing the literal exact same thing as me on the intro. And I'm like, bro, that's why I don't want to do it if other people do it because I did that first and you took it from me. Anyway, let me stop. Okay, continuing on. Zanti Misfit, Kurt 24, Fluffy Bunny, Mike McClune the Goon. What's up, brother? Great to see you in here as well. I meant to reach back out to you, bro. My bad. I'm not very good at this whole getting back in touch with people thing. All right, it took like a week for me to mail out the packages for my giveaway. Sometimes it's taken me like over a month. Let's see, T for Tejas, Kurt 24, Zanti Misfit. There he is, Fire Rider. What's up, brother? Thanks for coming in and hanging out as well. I appreciate you. Another channel member, Fire Rider. Let's see, Mike McClune the Goon, Kurt 24. Hey, Flying Rich Firearms, also a channel member. I appreciate you, man. Great to see you. Hopefully, I see you tonight, man. Hopefully you're gonna hang out in the stream. T for Tejas, Kurt 24. Let's see, Fire Rider, Zanti. Let me see who else we got here. Scoozy. Let's see, Zanti Misfit, Gabber. What's up, brother? Great to see you. Also a channel member. Oh, damn, I did it again. It's stuck. It's stuck within me, man. I can't. I just gotta say it, bro. Prius drivers. Am I right? Am I right? I don't think we're supposed to talk about Prius drivers on the stream. Anyway, moving along. Testing, 1, 2, 3. What's up, brother? Also a channel member. I appreciate you. Gort, another channel member. Thank you, my guy. Appreciate you being here as well. Let's see, Zanti, Kurt 24, McClune the Goon, Gabber Piet, T for Tejas, Glock 19. I carry my AK in Walmart. Gabber, I believe you. I don't know what it is. I just absolutely believe every word you just said. And you know, you're the guy that like makes me like remove my cover garment. Like, oh, it's okay. It's normal. All right. I mean, it's not typical, and it should be normal. So, hey, rocket man, do your thing. Now, is it like a Draco or is it an AK pistol? Or are you just literally rocking a full size rifle on your back at Walmart to get bread, eggs, and milk? I would like to know. I'd like to know. Senor Boob, what's up, brother? Another channel member. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Lots of grad parties. Also, was at one today, but had to leave to watch DLD. Dang, you made changes in your real life to be here, bro. That is incredible dedication. And for that, we are grateful. Thank you. Senor Boob, what's up, brother? Another channel member. Drew, what it do? Lifetime channel member. Appreciate you. Let's see, we got Mike McClune, John Crump News. What's up, brother? Another channel member. Appreciate you. Channel member with a hard R. Is that weird? Is it? I mean, it technically does have a hard R. Senor Boob, Kurt 24, John Crump News, Drew in Oregon. Uh, oh, snap. Leo Fights Back says, I got a new baby today, 8 pounds, 9 ounces. His name is Massey. Pow pow, 2 guns up, bam, bam, bam. Yo, congratulations, man. Honestly, like, no jokes. Like, may the Lord bless you and your family and your child. And it's going to be challenging. I don't know if this is your first one. It's going to be challenging, difficult. It's going to drain you of energy and time, and it will be the absolute best thing that has ever happened to you. So, God bless you and your family, man, for real. Let's see, Mike McClune the Goon, Kurt 24. Let's see, Gabber. Xanthi Mystic, Kurt 24. Hey, Red Dawn Readiness. What's up, brother? Great to see you. And I saw your text, but I was going live, so I figured that would answer your question. Drew, testing, 1, 2, 3. Um, that R is so hard, channel member. It is different when you don't say it like that, right? Like usually I say channel member, right? Like channel member, you know. Okay. Congratulations on the birth of your bairn. Bairn. Congratulations, man. Thanks, fam. Yeah, man, you got it. Leo Fights Back. Congratulations. Let's see, RDR in the building. Okay, let's go through and just do some quick honorable mentions. We got Tech Money, who also won the giveaway for Red Dawn Readiness. He did 1,000 subscriber giveaway. He gave away a big old sack, and he gave away a crossbody bag for like EDC stuff. Super dope, multicam. It's awesome. He gave it away, and your boy Tech Money was the winner. So heck yeah. Papas, what's up, man? Thanks for coming in and hanging out as well. Appreciate you. I think I recognize you from RDR's streams as well. So thanks for coming in and hanging out. We got Damien Christ, my brother in Christ. What's up, fam? Flying Rich Farms with a super chat, 500 tooth dinosaur and Brazil nuts. I, more on that later. Thank you. Thank you. There's only a couple things that will actually leave me speechless. And Rich. Yeah, it's Rich. Goombeam, what's up, brother? Great to see you. Appreciate you coming out and hanging out as well. And if you guys don't know, Goombeam just launched a new flashlight. It is a 74 million candela flashlight. I'm just kidding. I made that up. However, you'll feel like it with that brand new Goombeam in your pocket. So if you go in the description, you can click the Goombeam link and you can use code DARK and you'll save money and all that stuff. So my boy has literally the best flashlights in the business, and we appreciate you so much, man. Brazil Nut Toes, Edge of the South. What's up, brother? Let's see. Bob Masavo, what's up, fam? Tech Knives Father Day sale still going on. Oh, that's right. That's right. The Father's Day code. So code dark saves you 20%. Code father saves you 40% because they don't care about their affiliates. So there you go. No, actually, you know what? Hold up. If you use techknivesusa.com/DLD after dark, and then you use that, I think it still gives me credit. I mean, I don't really care, right? But yeah, that is dope though. That is dope that they're giving 40% off. Like, bro, Frag Out hit me up and he was like, "Yo, is this a good Tech Knives knife?" And it was like $39, and it was one of the I'll be real, it's like one of their Microtech clones. I mean, it's not like it's similar to Microtech blades in some ways, but dude, some of these blades are incredible, man. They're awesome. So show them some love. You can feel free to use the code, and because I love them so much, I like to show them a little bit of extra super duper love with this. What's going on, guys? It's Dark with DLD After Dark. I wanted to give a quick shout out to one of my favorite knife companies, Tack Knives USA. Now, Tack Knives has been a huge supporter of the DLD After Dark channel for a long time, so I want to show the same support right back to them. If you use code DARK, that's DARK, you get 20% off your order. That's 20% off your order. A little kickback comes back to the channel just because you came there off of my recommendation. The money doesn't come from you, it comes from the company. So don't worry about that. You'll be able to support Tack Knives. You'll get a great OTF knife or auto knife for an excellent price, and you'll be supporting the channel as well. Why don't we take a quick look at some of their products?
The Nighthawk V2 with the double-edged dagger blade. This thing is gorgeous, very crisp action. This is in 154 CM steel. This is the Barracuda in the Warncliffe blade. This is a D2 tool steel. This has been one of my EDCs for a while. I highly recommend it. Gorgeous Warncliffe blade. This is also D2 tool steel as well. Very solid action. This is the reverse grip karambit, so it opens like this. So for all you super cool tactical guys, can't do it with a serious face. There you go.
Guys, I appreciate y'all so much. If it weren't for you guys, if it weren't for the viewers, if it weren't for the channel members, we literally would not be able to do this. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you to Tack Knives. Thank you to you. Now let's get back to the show.
Don't ask me how many times I had to do that.
And like I said, thank you all so much for tuning in. Figured I would just throw that in, get that out of the way, and let's get started. Real quick, though, just to welcome everybody else. JC9 is in the house. What's up, brother? Damien, my brother in Christ, great to see you. ADXR920, another gentleman. Oh, why am I lagging, bro? DB Koopa, what's up, brother? Hope you got away with all the money. Let's be real. I mean, let's see. Marvin Heemeyer was a reasonable man. Tech Money, what's up, brother? Let's see. Marvin's Mufflers, Red Dawn Readiness. Let's see who else. Hey, Eagle Run 23, another channel member. Yo, I appreciate you, Eagle Run. I appreciate you. And don't forget about the coffee. We'll talk about that in a minute too. If you use code DARK at Texas Parks Outlet, you get incredible local fresh coffee for the low. Now introducing our guest. Is your camera not working, Rich? Oh, whoa. It just looks like a fried potato. Tim Hoppa, what's up, brother? Edge of the South. I think I might have got one of the Tech Knives OTF stilettos from a yard sale. It might be a knockoff. I don't know. Yeah, I got to be honest. The OTF stilettos are one of the ones that I'm just really not. I mean, they're cool to like have for like letter openers and stuff, but I mean, their other stuff I could like actually use and carry an EDC, but yeah, the stilettos, if you did get the same one, I don't know. It's just it's like a piece of aluminum with two pieces of like stamped steel like bolted to it, and it just looks like a knife sandwich, and it just um it's a cool novelty to have around the house. So does the blade say made in China? No, it's got the Tack Knives logo on it. So it may just be another one or something. Flying Rich, everybody. Flying Rich, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
Yo, homie!
Yo,
Gotta
home.
bust out my
It's Tony. Do you got to
techno
fire
thing.
it 10 times like that? Right into the mic? I'm
Yeah,
just kidding.
yeah.
How are you, man? Is the
Good,
firecracker
good.
super small?
Mr. Run
Yes.
23.
Yeah. The firecrackers and the minis are small because they're minis. The they were changing the name to Tatcom, but I believe everything is still under the TK Pro line. If you look at the TK Pro line or the Tatcom, whatever it's under right now, this is the higher end. Honestly, dude, for 40% off, dude, you cannot do much better than taking one of their like higher end $150 knives and getting 40% off. That's crazy.
Yeah, what do I gotta do to get that?
You got to type in, I believe it's code father. But let me do this. I think if I am not
Ooh.
mistaken,
Wait, there's another whole slew of jokes I'm not gonna make.
somebody said if I type in dark father, will I get 60% off? And I was gonna make a joke. Oh yeah, that's your paint pen.
Paint pens are so cool. I would use them on almost anything.
Even your Geisley Super Duty that you should be slapped with the back of someone's hand for doing. But you know what? It's okay. To each their own, right? No, I don't want to spin the wheel. Get out of my face. Come on, dude. Really? Okay. Yeah, I believe
Gabber Pete.
it's Piet. Okay, here. So I'm dropping this now. So, okay, if you guys are going to let me see here. I could probably drop it. It's fine. I'll just do this.
Dude, I got a lot of trash talking to do. You hold me up.
I know you do, but bless you.
Excuse me.
Okay, view channel. Goodness gracious, it took me so freaking long to get in here. Oh, and look at that. No ads when I jump in. Okay, so this is my...
You know what?
There you go. That's my affiliate link. If you use that affiliate link and you use code FATHER, then well, either way, if you use code FATHER, you get 40% off, but it supports the channel if you use the affiliate link. So bam, appreciate that. Gabber Pia with a super chat. What's up, brother? Thank you. It says Breaking Bad is mental goy slop, a bad show for gay goy guys, the slopner made to keep the goys in chains, the modern ages Roman circus. Well, I mean, first off,
It's
goy is
entertaining.
plural. So you know, I don't know if you know that it's not singular. But I understand what you're saying, but sometimes, man.
Well, I don't know. Is it goy singular and goyim is plural, or is just goy short for goyim?
I think goy is just shortened for goyim. I'm not sure.
Should I ask my wife?
That's I think we'd have to ask somebody that's highly trained in the Talmud.
Oh, Jonah. Let's call Jonah.
I don't think he's studying the Talmud. I think well, either way.
No, it's Yiddish. Goy and goyim, that's Yiddish. That's not.
Yeah, I was making a joke about the... Anyway, so sometimes with even all the craziness going on, sometimes you just got to take a step back and watch stuff for the purpose of entertainment, because you'll drive yourself crazy, like ingesting all the negative black pill stuff. So be realistic, understand what's going on, act accordingly, prepare as much as possible, but also don't let yourself go crazy. I mean, I personally, I enjoyed Breaking Bad. I thought it was a great show. And then El Camino was a dope follow-up for the series. I don't know. I just personally, I like Jesse more than any of the other characters. What say you?
I just texted Jonah.
You could probably just Google it.
No,
But
it's
we
more fun on,
probably shouldn't continue having the conversation while I have an active thing on YouTube. Just a thought. Just a thought.
So does anybody know what Crumpy called me up and asked me today? He said he's playing a trivia game, and he says, "Hey, you're my lifeline. I need to know what a 500-tooth dinosaur is.
Oh, you know
Could
what?
you Google it?"
Now that you said that, I totally missed this. I don't know how I missed it. This is so crazy. Is YouTube trying to destroy me? John Crump typed in after you said yours, which is 500 tooth dinosaur and Brazil nuts.
Ooh.
And
Ooh,
John Crump
Jonah
said,
said Goy is singular and Goyim is plural.
really? But how come? Well, okay, I'll believe the Joe. John Crump Live said, just Googled it. WTF. Thank you for the super chat, by the way, Crumpy. I don't know how I missed that. 'Tis odd. And yes, happy Father's Day to all y'all as well. Baptized in Fire, what's up, brother? Great to see you. Let's see who else. Murph Dog, great to see you, man. There's a link if anyone chooses to use it. I don't know if they'll give me credit or anything, but just throwing it out there. Joe Morris, my guy, another channel member. Great to see you. Oh, P38 Wilberto is here as well. I missed him. M. Gabriel, what's up, fam? Good to see you. Let's
Wait,
see.
Joe? Oh, Joe Morris. I thought it was Joe Morris. I'm like, I didn't see his logo. Where's that?
No, I would have said Happy Joe. Ting ting. Great to see you. Scoozy. Okay, Joe Morris and
Can
Gabriel.
Ting Ting meet us
Gabriel,
in Vegas
or,
for next SHOT Show?
that would be a question you should ask her.
So are you going to go to GOA Goals?
Possibly. I know it's in August, right?
Yeah, it's like there's 2 media days and then 2 open to the public days.
I don't know if I can afford the price of admission.
Free.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta.
I think Chris and I are talking. Chris from the 740 and I are talking about getting a house because I don't think we'll
Nice.
both fit on Josh Courtney's couch.
Yeah, that's probably a good move. Yeah, I'll figure it out. I'll see if I'm gonna be going. I don't know if I'm gonna be like
If you don't
he-miring
go, I
before
have an evil plan.
August. I'm sure you do. Even if I do go, you're probably still gonna do the evil plan. Let's go ahead and jump
Yeah.
into it. So before we do, Rich, let the folks know that are here that may not know who you are. Let them
Let's
know who
see.
you are, where they can find you,
56
and all that
people
stuff.
watching, and Rich wants a free muff. That too, yes. Thank you,
Yes.
JC9.
Yes, JC9 knows what's up. He's wise. He is wise beyond his viewer years.
I did buy the cow. 2AEDU is looking to split a house. Oh, okay, all right. So
2AEDU is looking to
maybe
split a house.
we'll all get in with them.
Maybe
I always thought 2AEDU just flew solo because
I kind of get that vibe.
yeah, because we've like every time I went to Iraq Veteran, he always had like his own place or anyhow. So flyingrich.com. I have 2 YouTube channels, one Flying Rich, the other Flying Rich Firearms, mostly Flying Rich Firearms. I just post YouTube shorts because originally
using other
when
people's audio. Using other people's audio.
yes, for the most part.
Almost exclusively.
And actually, I just broke 14,500.
Nice. Good for you.
Yeah.
I finally just broke 4,600 subscribers. I know.
Yeah,
It's
where's
crazy.
the end?
Crazy.
Oh, 14,590.
Nice.
And I haven't looked. All I know is the gross number on the analytics. Yesterday was an unfortunate view day. I only had 12,000 views on Friday, but it says currently last 48 hours, the rolling 48 hours, is 37,512, which means I got like 25,000 additional views today-ish. Probably a little bit less because I had more the prior day. So as the 48 hours slides forwards, I'm probably going to be somewhere in the 20,000 range on views today, which is really like interesting. And my revenue my I guess rolling 28-day revenue is now $23.77 for all of my efforts
Whoa!
on
Wow!
Flying Rich
Wow!
Firearms.
So for the people that are saying, you know, people do YouTube for the money. My man's
Mm-hmm.
got a channel more than 3 times the size of mine and is making $28, which, by the way, is
No,
also revenue.
23.77. I
Oh,
think that's a high.
23, which also is money from last month because he didn't make enough to get paid out.
No, it's money. It's gonna. Well, yeah, you don't get paid out until you make $100, which.
Oh, God bless America. So Ting Ting
Well,
says, I
let me
can't go to
go
SHOT Show
last 90
unless
days.
she says I can't go to SHOT Show unless I am part of business. I'll be
We got that covered.
your girlfriend for a week.
We got that covered.
I'll accept both of those terms.
Dude, I don't think I've ever gotten paid on this channel because I looked for the last 90 days. My revenue for the last 90 days is $54.
Also
in 8
using
cents.
your voice. Yes, he does. Kurt24, thank you. Too many choices. What's up, brother? All right, now that we've reviewed all the analytics on your channel, and I know this room full of content creators cares so much. Thank you. So we had a conversation recently, and because we do converse on a
Drew in
fairly
Oregon.
normal
10
basis.
millimeter gang. PNW. What's that mean?
Pacific Northwest.
Ah.
Yeah, he's starting a neighborhood gang. And I believe he's recruiting because he.
All right, I gotta like interrupt you for the third time.
Sure. Go ahead. Let's talk about
there-
your click-through rate and
Well, I was doing a consulting gig in Monroe, Louisiana, and every morning they said the weather in the ARCLA text. I'm like, what's an ARCLA text? ARCHLITECHT. I'm like, ARCLA text. What the frick is that? And then I finally found out it's Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas is the ARCLA text. And on my way back to New York, I was flying and I had to put down in Delaware. And the next morning I'm watching the weather because the weather, you know, is important as a pilot. And they said in Delmarva. I'm like, wait a second, I can figure this one out.
Delaware,
Maryland, and Virginia.
That's stupid. I don't get that. The only thing that I knew was the Mimal Man. If you look at the map of the United States, and once I tell you this, you will never see any every time you look at a map of the U.S., you will only see this man. If you look at Mimal, Mimal, Louisiana is the boot. Was that Alabama is the pants, or no? Alabama, Arkansas. I need to pull up a map to do this. Hold on. U.S. map. Some of y'all probably. That's a globe. Okay, good job. All right, so this. Let's see. Oh, this is a listing for one to purchase. That's whack. By the way,
Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana.
Arkansas, that's what it is. We have a comment here from someone named Goyam Supreme. They say, hello. I am Goyam Supreme, 2024 presidential candidate. Well, you've got my vote. As long as you don't vote for bump stocks being banned, I'm down.
I just I skimmed through the dissenting opinion.
Yeah.
The Garland v. Cargill, the dissenting opinion by the brain trust of Sotomayor, Kagan, and Ketanji Brown Jackson.
I don't even like hearing her name, let alone her thoughts.
Right. Yes.
We can talk about that though. Hang on, before you do that, let me pull this up just to show people what I'm talking about. Okay, so Amazon, I dislike you. Anyway, if you look right here at this piece in the map of the United States, from now on, moving forward, you will always see this man separate from the map of the U.S. You'll see Minnesota.
Is Minnesota his head?
That's his hat.
That's his hat.
This is his hat. Iowa is his head with his big
Okay, all right,
nose,
I get that.
his mouth. This is his shirt. Okay. Missouri is his shirt. All right. And then
Mhm.
Arkansas is his pantalones. Okay.
Mhm.
And then
Mhm.
Louisiana is, of course, his boot.
What? How do you say pantalones in Spanish?
Pantalones. How do you say shorts in Spanish? Pantalones cortos.
Oh yeah.
So Minnesota is his hat. Iowa is his face with his schnoz. His shirt is Missouri. Then we have Arkansas for his pants, and then Louisiana for the boot. This is the
And
Mimo
Florida
man.
has no part of that guy.
Correct. Nothing else is part of him. He's the Mimo man. Some people say he's actually holding a frying pan, which is Kentucky, and that he's like frying something or so. I
I think
don't
the
know.
frying pan would be Tennessee, and Kentucky would be what he's frying.
Yeah, that's kind of more of his pecker region,
Oh,
and I I don't want him to be holding that. That's just weird. That's just weird. Anyway, so that's my thing. So hold on. So before we get to Katanji Brownie, whatever, what I'd like to say is Tennessee is Cocker Spaniel. Yes, yes, it is. She wears jarts in Florida as well. I'm sure you know. Is Florida as well? I'm sure you know. Uh, Pantalones in Spanish. Okay, that was a good one. Let me see. I got the G19 and G17 Advantage Arms 22 conversion kits with threaded barrels. So it's 22 LR gang gang. That's what's up, man. That's a fun gun. I am Supreme Goyim, God of America. Bow before me. So he's effing North Carolina. Yes. All right. So let's back up a little bit. So we've had this conversation several times, and we've all had different stances at different times. And I personally respect people that if they have
we've
a
talked
belief,
about fucking North Carolina before.
no, something different. Big Easy, what's up, brother? Good to see you. So I respect an individual that has, let's say you have certain views or beliefs or opinions, and a lot of people give people shit when they change those beliefs, views, and opinions, right? Um,
Mhm.
I personally think that if somebody is open-minded enough to receive new information, do some research, and then change their opinion, I actually respect that more than just regurgitating the same BS just because you think it's the truth, right? So there was a time when I literally would say that oh, I'm a Second Amendment absolutist, right? I believe that these are natural rights that God gave them to you. And then someone had finally asked me, okay, well, should felons have guns, right? And then you and I have had this conversation. And
Oh yeah.
anyway,
Yeah.
I was in a chat. I don't want to blow anyone's spot up or say anything because then people will go back to the chat and look and all that. So I was in another live stream, and somebody typed, regarding the Supreme Court decision. This is great news. This is awesome. I love to hear it. Now, what I would like to see is allowing non-violent felons to get their rights back after 10 years or so. And I said, why not violent felons? And he was like, what? Brain explodes. Violent felons? You want child, cheese pizza grapers to blah blah. And it's just total trigger, like went crazy. And I said, okay, so you are telling me that you are 100% comfortable with the government restricting people's natural rights. And this is kind of a situation where we constantly see people that say, I'm a 2A absolutist. I 100% believe that these are natural rights that God has been, God has given to us. Because God has given them to us, no one can take them from us unless someone commits a felony, unless someone is found guilty. Well, maybe if they're sentenced, or maybe this or that. It's this constant game of back and forth. But an absolutist means just that. It is absolutely this only 100%. And there are a lot of people that are on this train of, well, they can't do that. They can't do that without a 4473. They can't do that. They're a felon. They can't do like. We got to pick a lane. And Rich, you and I have talked about this, and your opinion had even changed on it, right?
Yes.
Did you
Yes.
previously think that felons should not be able to own firearms?
Yes. Yes, I absolutely did. Absolutely.
And I was the same way until someone had kind of explained it to me. If
Well,
somebody
So here's my big deal. Here's the big criteria. There should be no freaking gatekeepers. When somebody says you need to be trained, I'm like, it's good to be trained. Bernie Getz wasn't trained and he killed it, literally.
Eli
It's
Dickens.
good to be trained, but I don't want to be a gatekeeper on your God-given right. I want you to have your damn God-given right, period.
Yep. What about a 16-year-old?
I look there. So here's where I am. It probably wasn't until I was in my later 20s that I was responsible. Probably when I bought the house from my dad. That's when I started becoming responsible.
Okay.
Um,
Can I ask you a
and
follow-up question?
sure.
Do people need to be responsible to exercise their natural rights?
No, and I'm just talking about me personally.
I know.
I knew I should not have a gun until I was a little more mature.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's just how it is. Hey, have you heard Joe Biden say anything recently?
You know, I have. I've heard him say a
Where-
lot of things
What
recently.
has he said? I want to hear a message from our president.
I'll damn myself to demonetization even further and play it again. Too Many Choices says no, 16 is not an adult. So when do your rights begin?
I think your rights begin when you're born. Your freedom of speech doesn't just occur when you're 18.
Still a right born with. Yep. This
Yeah.
is
Yep.
this is an interesting and look, I'm not trying to pull like some like gotcha stuff, guys. I just want to
No.
have a conversation about this because it does like look, I was the guy that was like, well, I mean, maybe non-violent felons, and they said, okay, well,
Right.
what's a
Yeah, I
non-violent
went through that
felony?
whole thing myself. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, same thing. And they were like, okay, well, what's a non-violent felony? Maybe something, and you like try to like think about this, and then you say, okay, if you leave any room at all for any government regulation, what does that open the door for?
You mean like the Second Amendment that says shall not be infringed to the federal
Correct.
government?
Correct. Which at one point, likely, probably like, around 1791, when that was ratified, there probably was very little, governmental overreach, but there was still places like towns that were like, you can't carry a gun in the town, and you gotta,
Right. In the
turn in
bar and
your
this and that, whatever. Yeah.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. If you're going to the brothel, you can't, carry or whatever. There's always been some form of overstepping, but this is actually a conversation that some other people, much more educated than I, that had said, people don't become a part of the general populace that are guaranteed these rights until they're adults. And I don't know. I'm open to kind of be challenged on my thinking that I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe if they're 16, 13, 11, 10, whatever, like when does it start?
I think there's incredibly responsible 16-year-olds. I wasn't one of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just putting it out there.
This is an interesting perspective. Red Dawn Readiness says your rights begin when your parents decide you should have them, and the government shouldn't tell people how to raise their kids. Interesting perspective because we're assuming that people have both parents in their or parental figures in their life. I just started daily carrying again. Nice, Murph. Good for you, man. Ting Ting. Meet me at Navy Pier in Chicago at midnight. We will fly away on my seaplane. Are you a seaman now?
I was going to the Naval Pier for the fireworks, but we rode the bus, and the bus went at half walking speed, and the fireworks were over when we got there.
Red dot readiness, good to me. If we are talking as a standard, I'd say if you're on your own, then you have your full rights. Yeah, it's and look, like I said, guys, I'm not trying to pull a gotcha. I'm curious as to what your perspectives are because, you know, I'm trying to think about this like open minded and say, okay, well, okay, let me say it differently. So, and I wish I could have this person come on the show. This is a person that I had this exact conversation with, and it opened up the conversation of the death penalty. And person, if you're out there listening, it's my brother. He actually just texted me a little bit ago. He's like, "Are you live?" um, very intelligent, and um, we talked about nuclear weapons and you know how that all sorts of stuff. It was actually a great conversation. I wish it was recorded or live streamed. But anyway, we ended up taking that conversation to another place, and we discussed the death penalty. And he asked, "Do I believe in the death penalty?" And I was like, "Yeah, dude. If somebody, you know, went and murdered a family and a baby, you know, or whatever, like if they're convicted of it, you know, town square, gallows, like let's do it." Right. And
Oh
then
yeah.
he said, "Okay, so you're okay giving the government complete latitude to make like the ultimate decision to take a citizen's life, to take a civilian's life. You're okay giving the government that latitude." And I was like, "Oh, okay, now we're thinking of it differently," because the biblical justice, you know, like thoughts in my head, I'm like, yeah, dude, eye for an eye. If somebody does something, whatever. Then I start looking into it, and it's something like uh 9 out of like 50 people on death row are released from prison for so I may have to look that up. I don't recall exactly, but it was like an astonishing amount of people on death row were released from prison because they were, you know, eventually like cleared of their charges or whatever, right? And you and I talked about that too, right? What's your thought on
Oh
the
yeah.
death penalty?
I I think in extreme circumstances, the death penalty is warranted.
Yeah,
You know, like devising a enhanced disease that gets released onto the general population. You know, bioengineering, gain of function research,
yeah,
paying for it, and basically designing it. I think you
yeah,
probably ought to get the
yeah.
death sentence.
And then releasing it and profiting off of it, profiting from
Hmm.
masks, profiting off of
Hmm.
mask making machines, profiting off of you know who really blew up? Let's be real. You know who really blew up that no one even thought of? Companies that make one particular type of juice. You don't drink it, you squirt it on your hands.
Hmm. Oh
Dude,
yeah. Oh yeah.
hand sanitizer companies,
But
ballin'.
so let's circle back. Yeah, I it's unfortunate. So let's talk about jury pools. And if you leave it up to a jury to handle the sentencing, look at the juries that sentenced Donald Trump. And like and what not only this last bookkeeping felony, but the jury that sentenced Donald Trump for apparently having some sort of affair with a woman against her will where she doesn't remember where or when.
Yeah. $19 million.
So it depends. I'd almost rather have dice rolled
Yeah.
and trust in God than
You know, it's kind of crazy. And M. Gabriel typed, if you are not caught red-handed for real premeditated murder, no death penalty. And
see.
this is the
And I think reasonable people can agree. But I mean, look at Sotomayor. Look at Sotomayor, Kagan, and Ketanji Brown, Tarzan. That these people say, well, the other six justices have no idea what they're talking about. Of course, this is illegal because a machine gun is activated by a single pull of a trigger, and that's how this works.
yeah, they don't get it.
I'm like, no, you're circumventing the law. Whether so there, I think there's an issue whether a bump stock should or should be legal is a valid issue to discuss.
Hmm.
Whether it is or isn't a machine gun, we know it's not a machine gun. Do you know how they started their argument? Do you know how? Do you
Yeah.
remember when Hawaii
So
said the aloha feeling,
the spirit of aloha.
the spirit of aloha?
Yeah.
Do you know how these brain trusts started their argument?
So
If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
who was it that said, yeah, that was like literally one of the things said in the first few minutes. And
When
who
I
was
see a
it that
bird that walks
said,
like a duck, swims like a duck, and quacks like a duck, I call that bird a duck.
who was it that said, yeah, because that's a very elevated
That's
level of
valid legal
thinking.
precedent.
Yeah. Who was it that said, so if I created like a remote activated sentry and I pressed a button and the button pulled the trigger once, and she described like some electric
Yeah,
like
some
trigger
ridiculous machine.
mechanism after they just explained that something like that was a machine gun, right? They literally had no idea what they were talking
But
about.
that was the script that was written, and she
Yeah,
would have had nothing else to say.
but are
It's kind
these
of
the
like
people?
AOC reading her script, and then they make her look stupid, and then she continues reading the stupider part of the script.
Yeah, but are these the people that you guys want making the decision if you end
It's
up
terrifying.
on trial?
It really is terrifying.
If you end up on trial and
I mean,
they want to
and
cook you,
again,
they're gonna
let's
cook
talk
you.
about Matt Hoover, a friend of ours. Here's a guy in jail for saying, "Hey, this card's cool, buy it."
Yeah, many TV stations today reported that the bump stocks makes a gun fully automatic. Yes.
Or these nutbag, they say they've made machine guns legal.
They made
Well,
machine guns legal.
wait, is there something I didn't know about? You mean machine guns were illegal? Does
This is what they're doing. They're playing a game of semantics.
yes,
They're saying
machine guns are legal, you
because
just got to pay a $200 tax for one.
yeah, but they don't even understand all that, right? Because they probably read something about SOTs and FFLs and they get lost in it. They don't understand that you can purchase machine guns if you
Mhm.
got, 30, 40 grand to blow. But thank you, Hughes Amendment. But anyway, so
No relation.
yeah, no relation. Um what was I saying? So because the ATF rule,
Fearless Orca, how's it going, man?
Fearless Orca, what's up, man? Happy
Florida,
father.
man.
Happy Joe.
Happy Joe.
Yeah, bro, too many choices. Machine guns have grown. Look up right now how much a pre-86 transferable AK runs.
M16.
M16. It's insane. Like the last time I
Oh, Ting Ting. Ting Ting wants a cannon, but Joe Biden said no.
yeah, I can own a cannon today.
Cannons are not even regulated. Not even regulated.
I'm not buying a Ruger AC556. That was back when I had money, and I said I was only going to buy it if it was 13 grand or less. And the moment that it went beyond 13 grand, I didn't even pay attention to the listing anymore. But here's what they did. I said, "Oh, actually, no, DLD, I was joking." Okay, but here's what I did. I looked at what they said. What the rule said was the ATF, without any legislation, any act of Congress, nothing at all. They said, "Here's a rule: bump stocks are now machine guns." I mean, technically, they did it with
But
Trump's order, right?
so yeah, all right. But the dissenting opinion by the brain trust of Sotomayor, uh, Kagan, and Ketanji Brown Tarzan,
All right. Well,
they
hold on. Let me finish this one thought first before you go back. What I'm saying is that they're looking as at the bump stocks as if they are machine guns because the ATF rule change said that they're machine guns, and then of course the full extent of federal law is used against somebody that's found breaking the law if they have a bump stock or whatever. And in most cases, when people had gotten in trouble with bump stocks, they had like Glock switches and auto sears and other stuff like that, right? So the media, excuse me, reporting on this saying they made machine guns legal. From their perspective, they think bump stocks are machine guns because they're idiots. They probably don't even know how they actually work or what they do, and most of the Supreme Court doesn't. At least 3 of them don't. So that's why they're trying to play word games and play games with semantics, whatever, and say machine guns are legal because technically the ATF did classify bump stocks as machine guns, and then boom. What's up, Black Diamond Guns Gear? What's up, Josh? Good to see you. Sorry, that was just the whole thing I wanted to get out.
so all right. In First off, Judge Thomas not only went like word for word, smacking them down, driving the last nail in the coffin, pouring concrete on top of it, and nuking this bump stock bullshit from orbit. He said, "Hey, you know what? How is it in the prior 10 years, ATF said bump stocks were legal?" So the Ketanji Brown Jacksons didn't even address that. It's like, mind
Yeah.
change. I just decided different.
Yep.
I wanted to go out to dinner. Now I don't want to go out to dinner.
Yep. Red Dawn Readiness says DLD After Dark Flying Rich. Should I be allowed to own an army of tactical robots that can fire guns? Or if I had a drone that could walk and fire a gun, shit would be so cool. LOL. I think you
mean,
lost what you were saying there, but
yes.
so okay, so let's think about this for a second. Look where we're going with technology, and look where the world's going with AI and all that. So let's just say that 20 years from now, cyborgs, whatever you want to call them, right, are real. They don't have natural rights, but if you own them and you own them and that they're your property, could you technically arm them? Can they make decisions on their own? Right? Like, can they just, shoot it? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think it would come down to like property law, because you own the cyborgs. I cannot believe we're having this conversation, but can they just freely operate and do whatever they want? And, are 4 of
Ooh,
them gonna like go rogue
Zed.
and go to a
Zed
school?
has the comment. They already have robot dogs that are armed.
This is true, but they're manned, right? The dog isn't going out, barking and busting off 9mm rounds.
I
They're manned by
Wait. I
somebody.
think I hear a message from the president incoming.
What? What is he gonna? Are you? Oh,
We already have a nigger mayor. We don't need any more nigger big shots.
And hold on, here the president is coming out to give us a speech. Can you pop the video in?
about Pride Day. I'm sorry, about Pride Month.
Oh no, no, no.
I like for a second, I literally thought you were gonna like say something like robot dogs are now illegal. You can't own a cannon and you can't own robot dogs. That's why I was like, what? What is he saying? And then I realized what you were saying. But actually, right now,
And
Biden
do
is
you,
showing up for a speech in
yeah.
Philadelphia. Do you guys want to
Mhm.
see footage? Look at that smile. Just look
I
at
hope
the
his
love
hearing
he's
aid.
getting.
Dude, I don't know if you noticed, but Dan Bongino goes over this. Did you see that Secret Service guy go like that? He did that to make it look like he was providing cover for the president. It was more so if he falls over, his body is right next to him.
I think that's probably true, and for that he gets a tea bag. I'm just saying, you get teabagged on that one.
Now,
Um,
the media is telling us that Joe Biden has so much vigor. The Q-tip lady, what's her name? She looks like a mop. Tells us that he has so much energy and vigor. It's amazing. It's tough to keep up with him, and you can
oh,
see him sprinting down the steps of the airplane.
it took me a sec. Took me a sec. You're talking about the Jean-Claude Van Damme. What's her name?
Yes, yes, that's
Jean-Claude.
Jean-Claude Van Damme. Yes.
Yeah. I I would rather have Circle Back Lady than listen
Yes,
to
Jen
Jean-Claude Van
Psaki.
Damme. Yeah, I
Yeah,
would rather.
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Yeah, I'd rather have the Saki. I'd rather have Happy Joe than Okay, sorry. My butt's been wiped. Man, why how
That's
come
not what he said.
he
That's
said
not what he said.
his bus is late. His bus was late.
That's what he.
Gosh, guys.
That's how come nobody said that's what he
Most
said.
popular president. Why is it always like, dude, no matter what, if one thing is said about him, we could just for like an hour and a half just go on and on and on. What is this?
Los Angeles this morning
That's
for a celebrity fun.
Hold on. Is that on YouTube?
yes.
It's probably gonna. Is there somewhere else that what is it?
Well, it's Joe Biden getting out of the short bus. I mean, the short stairs because he has so much vigor, and he looks like
Okay, all right, let's run it. It may hit us with a thing, but let's see.
George Clooney and
I mean,
Julia
that's a
Roberts.
man that's
He
alert
was met
and
with
knows what's going
protesters
on, right?
before
I
his
mean, that's
arrival.
NBC4's Macy
mad
Jenkins joins us
skills.
live now from downtown.
And that was it. But just that man inspires confidence in me in the free world.
Hold on. So he just went down like 3 steps? Can we hear the quote about Joe Biden talking about big shots? Okay, look, that is completely inappropriate.
We already have a nigger mayor. We don't need any more nigger big shots.
Now, to be fair, he was, first off, Detective John Kimball. It's good to see you, man. Hope you're well. Hope you and the family are well. He was quoting somebody else, but have a little poise when you're saying such an offensive word, my guy. Did you not believe that people were gonna quote? Did you not have any future political aspirations? Did you like? I know. I mean, I would never want to do anything, but I know with certainty that I could never have any political aspirations at all whatsoever, because the things that I have said publicly on the internet,
Oh, I'd do it. I would still do it.
man,
I'd be like, yeah, I said that, so I was stupid. Moving on.
so you are admitting that you were stupid.
Yeah. No, I'm not.
Have
Like
you
Joe Biden.
been absolved of your stupidity?
Pretty much, yeah, when I was baptized.
Your stupidity has gone. Okay, all right. What is this?
Must it be in reconciliation?
What must be what?
Immigration. A pathway for citizenship.
What was that?
Dude, it just
What must be what?
Immigration.
it just
Huh?
doesn't
What?
it doesn't look
What
authentic.
must be what?
Immigration.
My leg's been waxed.
Be in reconciliation.
What must be what?
Immigration.
My bus was late. It's obvious. He's saying my bus was late.
I mean, he certainly couldn't be saying his butt's been
What
wet.
must be what?
Immigration.
Yeah, it's just blatantly obvious.
What must be what?
Immigration.
Yeah, my bus was late. He's saying my bus was late.
saying. It sounds like he's saying my butt is wet or something. I
A
can't.
pathway for citizenship. Be in reconciliation.
What must be what?
Immigration.
Go back again. Hold on.
Be in reconciliation.
What must be what?
Immigration.
Man, I cannot tell what he's saying.
What must be what?
Immigration.
And all I can hear is my butt's been wiped.
Reconciliation.
What must be what?
Immigration. A pathway.
It almost sounds like
What must be what?
Immigration. A pathway for citizenship.
man, I don't know. I can't. My bus was late. Joe and Rich look similar in age, but at least Rich can fly a plane while wearing the same depends Joe has to wear. Dang. Enhance. His butt was definitely wiped. I know, dude. I honestly can't tell. And I'm not trying to be funny. Like, if I only heard my butt's been wiped, hand to God, I would be like, yep, that's what he's saying. I really can't tell. And I don't know. It's just weren't his okay, weren't his feet literally like affixed into the pedals? Were they
No,
like...
he didn't have the lock-in shoes. He had the toe baskets.
Oh, okay, so
Look, I'll give, you know what, that one time let's give him a pass on that. I'll give him a pass. Come on, man.
Why are we giving Pat? Dude,
I'll tell you what.
Hold
I'll
on.
give
4
him.
years ago, he challenged somebody to a push-up contest. To
Hey,
a
fatty,
literal
let's
fist
do
fight.
push-ups.
This year, he couldn't fight his shadow. Like it. Now, I understand that he had some type of something happen medically, but man, all I know is if this continues, and here I started thinking about this. Man, this is gonna sound bad, but they're playing like 12D chess, right? So we got to stop playing YouTube stuff. They're gonna cancel that. We'll have to look up stuff on IG or something.
I not even the fatty to do push-ups. Hey, fatty, let's do push-ups. Come on, you know you want it. You know you want it.
So here's one thing I thought. Because they're playing like they're making moves that like are 20 moves down the line. They're positioning themselves every time, right?
Except when it comes to the DNC convention, they scheduled it past the time when they needed to register for the ballot in Ohio. But otherwise they're playing 12D chess.
Yeah, for most things. What if they wanted to make the last 4 years of our life so horribly devastating and terrible for us financially and you know, just ruin everything that they can, ruin business, ruin gas prices and food, and just the inflation is through the roof, vehicles that, you know, attacking firearms, like every single thing that they've done. I can't think of one positive thing. And that's literally not even starting to discuss what's been going on geopolitically within the world, right? Like, I don't know, being the closest we've ever been to an entire thermonuclear war. um what if what they've been doing was to make these 4 years hellacious, and to make it look like the 4 years of Trump were just great, so that so many people would move across the aisle and vote for Trump, because Trump is the real opposition. And Trump, if he is elected, turns and just, you know, I'm just saying, you never
Yeah, I don't
know.
buy that.
You never know.
That's
Well, I'm not saying to purchase it. I'm just saying that it had me thinking, like, man, what if this is just a huge elaborate scheme just to look. I said a million times, I voted for Trump more than once, and I voted
in the same election, or we're talking two different elections?
two different elections,
Oh, okay.
and my life was so much better and easier, and I everything was better under Trump. Now, of course, he did a lot of things poorly. He overstepped on the issues that I bring to the ballot, which is mostly firearm related rights. Like, how well are my natural rights and the natural rights of the people that I care about going to be protected? That is one of the biggest, you know, call it a single issue voter, right? But man, my life was just so much easier. I mean, am I tripping? Am I wrong? Like, was your life easier?
Dude, serious? I went from like 3 years of unemployment to having the best paying job of my damn life.
Yeah. And you could
I
afford things. You could afford many
Yeah,
things.
I mean, I've got a cushion in the bank, but you know, it's like I told my family, I'm like, hey, those crazy, you know, run around with a credit card, I'm like, handed all the credit cards. We're done. That's it. You need money? I'll hand you cash.
Give one to DLD. You are not wrong. Yeah, yeah. Let's see. If you are in business for yourself, you got a great tax break from the Donald. I've noticed since I've been an adult, more anti-gun legislation gets passed under Republican leadership. Isn't that interesting as hell?
So here's the interesting thing: is think about just this past week. You know, pistol braces, bump stocks, the Bruin decision. Was Bruin under Biden? Did that come out under Biden?
Yes, Bruin did. Yeah.
So all of these huge decisions, not like Biden is actively working to make things better. He's not. But all of this huge advancement in the 2A space, thank you, Clarence Thomas, may he live forever, is unbelievable. Just Clarence Thomas is such a brilliant man.
He is.
His
He
amendment
is.
was under Reagan.
And
Awful.
oh my goodness. I nearly lost my toes on an escalator. Do you want to see?
Oh shit! Who sent that to you?
Reddit.
Right. Oh, I. So it's not what Brazil nuts. He didn't lose his Brazil nuts.
He did not. He did not. I made a titanium hat out of my pile of foil. That's actually a really good idea. I need to make one because everyone keeps saying that I have one, but I've never actually put one together. Well, that's not true. Didn't we make tinfoil hats for a show or something like that?
No, we put a cell phone in tinfoil.
That's right. That's right. More on that later.
That was one of the first shows I did with you.
That's right. That's right.
We're playing it.
Most people now. And I can get things done. That's why I'm running. And you want to check my shape on, let's do push-ups together, man. Let's run. Let's do whatever you want to do.
Yay! He's bullying a guy. Yay!
Push-ups together, man.
Why are they clapping?
Do.
Hold on. Pause that for a second. How absolutely stupid do you have to be?
That guy wouldn't know a push-up if it hit him.
He wouldn't know a push-up.
He wouldn't know a push-up if it teabagged him.
Well, I do have footage of a push-up teabagging. He wouldn't know a push-up if it sat in his lap and called him mama. That's what I wanted to say. Anyway, why would people sit there and clap about, like, I don't get, how is that?
Because they are DNC campaign workers. That's the only reason there's so many people. This guy, Fatty is an outsider. When he initially called him Fatty, hey Fatty.
I really, really hate politics. Dark, your channel would be so much bigger if you just did political comments. No, thank you. I mean, we'll laugh about it from time to time.
And I can get things done. That's why I'm running. And you want to check my shape on, let's do push-ups together, man. Let's run. Let's do whatever you want to do.
Yay! There's another clip of this where he calls him Fatty. Like he's.
Let's do push-ups together, man. Let's run. Let's do whatever you want to do.
Oh, keep it going. Keep it going. I think there's something else.
Number two. No one has said my son has done anything wrong, and I did not on any occasion. And no one has ever said it. Not
I didn't
one.
say you were doing anything wrong.
You said I set up my son to work in an oil company. Isn't that what you said? Get your
Didn't he
words straight,
say
Jack.
That's what I hear on MSNBC.
Listen
You
here,
don't hear that
Fat.
on MSNBC. You did not hear that, but you heard. Look.
Okay, hold
I'm
on.
not gonna
Pause
get
it.
involved in you, man.
They clipped it.
Okay, he did say, "Listen here, Fat." Right? There
Yeah.
was,
Yes.
that may have been another time, but
Yeah.
how would he know with such certainty what was said on MSNBC?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, you heard him. You did not hear that on MSNBC. I paid them to specifically say something else. I'm just saying. All right, keep it running.
Well, yeah, you do, but look, Fat, look, here's the deal.
Look, Fat. Look.
Dude.
All right. So this is Dementia Joe 4 years ago.
Yeah.
He was totally effed up. He was going up the tall steps, not the short bus steps of Air Force One. Now they only have him going up and down. It's like, well, all I got to say is I hope Trump says for the speech, they got to go up and down stairs.
So apparently they tried to schedule the debate sitting down, and he said, "Nope,
Yes.
nope, we're standing," which I think is
Yep.
interesting, and that's very telling. If they're like, "Man, he can't."
Yeah.
he can't
If
stand
sitting down
6 minutes."
is a condition,
Yeah,
and the word condition is relevant in more than one way.
there's several conditions here that just the fact that he got so frustrated. That
Look
is
fat.
Look
Look fat.
That
That is dementia rage. That is
yeah.
completely dementia rage.
I would be curious to know what time this is. If it's like 3 or 4 p.m. or something like that.
Right.
All right, go ahead. Keep running it.
Here's the deal.
It looks like you don't have any more backbone than Trump does.
Is this where he takes it behind the gym?
Any other questions?
I'm not voting for you.
Why? You think I'm going to stand up and vote for you? You're too old to vote for me.
You're too old to vote for him?
What?
What a
What?
piece of crap.
You're
What?
too old to vote for me? Yo, you got like 20 years on the guy and you're running for president. I cannot believe that we are here right now. I cannot believe that we are here.
No.
Oh man, this is absolutely absurd. I would say that I would rather have Obama, but that's probably who is somehow involved with all this fuckery.
Right?
Oh man, look here, fat. I'm smoking sour diesel, baked. Alzheimer's, anger.
Hey, can I two things biblically right now? One, my church gave out bacon at the end of service,
Nice.
Father's Day bacon. So that was cool.
That's cool.
Two, do you ever wonder what God thinks about when we sin? How he feels?
Probably the same way you and I actually talked about this. Probably the same way when I look at my dog of like, why are you trying to eat your poop? Come on, you're better than me.
Well, twice today, Chelsea peed on the carpet in the bedroom. It's
Yeah.
like, I love you. Why? Why?
Yeah. You make me beat you. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm still blown away by it's so often we just have to sit back and look at what's going on and like and laugh and we, find like funny ways to make fun of the situation.
We already have a nigger mayor. We don't need any more nigger big shots.
Like that. But it's at times it's like we're
But wait.
doomed.
Can
We're doomed. This is the
let's
person. Look what's sorry, real quick. Look what is going on right now. Okay. We are literally we've been involved directly with an active war between Russia and Ukraine. We have put more into the war with Russia and Ukraine
Hey,
than we have
and
into our own
Russia,
country.
before they attacked Ukraine, they said it's just military exercise on the border, nothing to worry about. Military. We're absolutely not going to invade Ukraine, even though every one of our forces are on the border. We are not. And you know what? They said the same thing about the boats in Cuba.
To be
Don't
fair,
worry about
though,
them.
Russia warned everyone for more than a decade. Hey, as long as you don't expand
Join NATO.
NATO,
hmm
as long as you don't continue to expand NATO towards X territory, we're not going to do anything. If you do expand NATO beyond X territory, we're going to annex Crimea, invade Ukraine. We're going to boom, 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 boom. And that was like 2010, right? I mean, I got to say, like, Putin does what he says he's going to do, which apparently what's been said is that these boats and I was listening to some stuff today from, I know a lot of people don't like Scott Ritter and some of the dudes that talk about this situation. Man, a lot of people are saying that this situation, what they're trying to do is send these nuclear subs over close by, just as like a check out my payload, check out the nutsack on the back of my, hitch, my truck hitch. Like they're just trying to flex nuts. But man, you know how long it would take for the world to literally melt if a nuke was launched? Like if
8 minutes.
right now, right this second. So they said the first missile would take about 13 seconds to fully deploy. After 13 seconds, all the other countries' alarms are going to start going off and then within 1 minute, likely within 1 minute, counter attacks would already begin, and within just a few minutes it's over.
So basically, the entire Earth is under surveillance for launches. There's an
Yeah.
infrared signature when a rocket is launched, and
Yeah.
that can be seen and identified from space.
Yeah.
The whole idea of submarines is you have both a first and second strike capability that,
Mhm.
quote unquote, nobody knows where your subs are except Ron Reagan, which that was a great story.
Yeah.
So Ron Reagan was negotiating with Gorbachev, and apparently every Russian boomer had a Los Angeles class submarine tailing it. every single Russian submarine.
Mm.
So he said, fine, at midnight, Greenwich Mean Time, every submarine, one ping on the sonar. And you want to talk about captains, the Soviet captains going into a cold frickin' sweat,
Yeah.
knowing that there's a sub got you in their sights right behind you.
Yep. It's kind of like the thing I mentioned, like being 100 yards away from someone, having a night vision on them, having an illuminator on them, and having a laser on their chest, and they're just standing there like taking a piss. They have no idea. And that's actually one of the coolest things about night vision. I am part of the club now. I don't know if y'all know. It's okay.
You may not be the only member of the club.
Very soon you'll be the member of your own club. Well, not your
What
own
little
club,
you
but-
know.
Oh, did you already do it?
Something.
What, did you do something else?
Yes.
Okay, well, hopefully you didn't do two, because you're on the list. So
No, I'm definitely closing that deal. The
Okay,
nods
alright.
deal, I'm closing. I'm
That
not backing
will-
out of that.
that will never come up again like that. Like that is like the one opportunity. All I can say is FUBAR. Dude, that's what it feels like, man. And that's what, look, okay, so all this stuff is to say, and I think a lot of times I forget, like, go ahead.
And I just want to say, if I'm talking a lot of crap, the boats over in Cuba pose zero effing threat.
Yeah.
Or 20, 30, 40-year-old crap that we've dumped in Ukraine is taking down their Kinzhal hypersonic missiles. You don't think we have better crap locally?
For sure. Here, keep going for 1 second.
Yeah, I have zero worries about the situation. In case you want to have some fun, Crump actually, like, I was seeing every once in a while this guy's videos, but Habitual Line Crosser is totally funny AF. Just absolutely. He talks about current state or near current state. It's not like John Crump breaking news, but military stuff. So a lot of fun. Johnny Carson smoke break. Yeah, people are surprised about what's going on 90 miles off Florida. It's I don't have your couch. So I have no issues other than let's just put it this way. If Trump was in office, there'd be no freaking Russian submarines in Cuba. I can guarantee you that. Because they know he doesn't F around. Florida man versus the Russians. Yeah, so okay, so JC9 I think has been watching Habitual Line Crosser, so they're making jokes about remote control jet skis and stuff like that with explosives. We're fine until Russia claims their ICBMs identify as women, then we'll cancel calling them nukes, right? My couch doesn't pull out either. Ooh. So I'm assuming Dark, either if he was a DJ, would have been playing Paradise by the Dashboard Lights, or his dog needed some attention.
No one knows what that means. Florida man versus the Russians. Let's see. Johnny Carson smoke break. No, I just had to take my medicine. We're fine till Russia claims their ICBM identify as women. Then we'll be canceled for calling them nukes. Oh man, that's so sad. That's the world that we live in. But look, let's be real. The situation is super touchy. Now, here's another thing to consider. We are living in the day and age of AI and deep fakes. And how easy would it be for some terrible person to make some crazy deep fake of our current administration making a video saying, because of the war crimes and atrocities that Russia is committing, we are launching an attack directly on Russia, whatever, and then hack into whatever and then blast it all over the place to where Russia sees it and they're like, OMG, we got to attack right now, right? Like, could you imagine that if somebody made a deep fake like that and pushed it out there? Did you hear any of that?
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean it's reasonable. I don't know how we prevent any of that ish.
Russia and their icy BMs, their bowel movements. Yeah.
There's a pink poo emoji?
I guess so. That's the YouTube one.
Yeah, you mean it's not brown? The YouTube one isn't brown?
The YouTube one is not brown. They got a bunch of different color ones. But that
Oh.
one, okay, so that's interesting though, because that one shows, right? None of the other emojis show. The only way I can see the emojis, like the ones that I have, are like by
Oh yeah, you mean in the StreamYard?
yeah, like it won't show on the computer. And T for Tejas, I got the message probably like a week, maybe two, like
What are we
ballpark.
talking about?
So
What's happening in a week?
just he sent a
Something.
question.
What's
I don't feel like
in
typing it.
Jamaica, New York?
Jamaica Queens. I used to listen to this show. Uh, it was a radio show, and they would like catch dudes cheating, right? So they would call dudes, and they would be like, "Here, we'll do a quick pretend phone call. Ring, ring.
Hello.
Hi there. Is this Rich?
Yes, it is.
Rich, hi. This is Derek with 1-800-BLOW-ME-FLOWERS. I just wanted to give you a call because we're reaching out to people within our community and we're offering people a free dozen roses. Now, this is a romantic bouquet, so keep in mind whoever you do want to send it to, make sure it's not a, family member or your sister or a coworker. You don't want to make it weird, but is there anyone in your life that you think would enjoy a romantic bouquet of roses for free?
Oh yeah, my secretary. Because if it doesn't show up on my credit card, my wife finds out. Yeah, definitely my secretary.
Yeah, you get the vibe, right?
Mhm.
And they would also do these like when the dudes would get caught, they they would be like calling and they're like tricking them saying that they won like a 3-night stay to Jamaica. And if they were like
Jamaica
taken
Queens.
if they were taken to court and like forced, like, no, they told me, this huge radio company, they told me that I won it, even though that like I lost my marriage and like my house and I'm divorced. And if someone ever said no, they told me that I won a trip to Jamaica, the dude in the background was like, Queens. So he'd be like, and you won a free trip to Jamaica, Queens. And dude, it was the funniest thing. Every time I heard it, it never got old. So anytime I hear Jamaica Queens, I laugh my behind out. Hey, it's a Luigi,
Luigi,
bro.
dude, I was thinking about you, man, the other day. I'm like, I haven't heard from him in a while.
Yeah, we actually we're talking about you not too long ago, man. We have no idea where you've been.
Seriously, I'm like, every once in a while he gives me a call.
Yeah, I don't get Luigi calls.
You don't get Luigi doesn't have your phone number?
I've got a kilo of kratom stuck in Jamaica, New York at customs. Yikes. Luigi, man, I hope you're doing well. Hope your family is well. I know last time we talked, you had said that your wife had fallen ill. I hope she's okay. And I hope you're doing well. And it's good to see you, man. It's good to see you.
So actually, speaking about health, Dark, can you give us a dad report?
Yeah. So a lot of you guys know that got a kilo of kratom in the basement. Why? I'm like the only dude that's not on kratom. Like, what's the deal with this stuff? People like, yo, I got a custom kratom spoon. I'm like, what? Elias Patterson, what's up, bro? People are like, God-given right. So that means illegals can own firearms in America. Borders don't stop God-given rights.
Actually, there was a case, and they said yes. I don't know how they filled the 4473 out, but whatever.
That's a whole conversation in itself, and I think that it would be fair and good to have a conversation about that too. But real quick, just to give the Yeah, so Murph Dog. So that's what I'm saying. So I'm still on medication, and a lot of people have recommended kratom to get off of the medication that I'm on. I don't know. Part of me is like, I just don't want to switch substances. If I'm going to get off this stuff, I'm going to get off of it. And I remember, dude, when I got off, I was like months off of it, and I was still in extreme discomfort. Last time I talked about this, I said I was in full blown withdrawals. Maybe not. Maybe a lot of that was psychological, but man, brutal, brutal, brutal. And I've been on it for 13 years, dude. This November 5th will be 14. Anyway, report on dad. So a lot of you guys know that my father had some significant, yes, it's a form of buprenorphine. I'll say that. So a lot of you guys know that my father had some health issues recently, and they were very bad. He was in the ICU for like 3 weeks, and he was in the STICU, which is the surgical trauma ICU. And initially, he had gone to the ER for abdominal pain. When he got there, he had been trying to figure out what was wrong with him for a long time. I think he was septic for like months. And
Ooh.
yeah. And it's now seeming that he may have some type of, I don't know. I don't want to speculate too much, but I think he was sick for a very long time and had no idea. I mean, he had an idea because he was, you know, either way. There was one day that he was just like, I am so sick. He said, I feel like I am spiraling into death. And my mom was like, okay, that's it. We're going to the ER right now. And he went to the ER, and he had just passed like a few stones. He didn't know if they were bladder stones or kidney stones or gallbladder stones or whatever, and they couldn't find out at the ER because he had passed them, right? So there's no way for them to know. So anyway, he goes there for severe abdominal pain like a week later after passing the stones, and he told them what was going on, and they did a scan of his body, and they also took blood work, and he had a massive abscess in his colon, and he, because of the abscess, had AFib in his heart, and he had sepsis. He was septic, and I mean that is a very, very serious thing. I've talked to a lot of people who have also had family members go through sepsis, and it is extremely difficult to stop. Thank God we live in the day and age where we have a lot of great, medical technological advances that help people. But man, it's thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. And a lot of you guys have been hitting me up. And Kurt, I saw a message from you asking about my dad, and I totally missed out. Excuse me. I also missed like all those pictures that you sent. It's so weird. I don't know. So sometimes when you guys hit me up, man, a lot of times I'm shitty about getting back to you guys. I'm sorry. But so anyway, they were like trying to plan like how they were going to attack this, and they had said what we're going to do is we need to drain the abscess first. So they went in and they surgically put a drain in, and they put him on antibiotics, and they started doing all this stuff. And during this situation, while they're trying to figure out, he's like days into it, they're trying to figure out if they're going to have surgery or not. His colon perforated. So inside of his body, his colon perforated and was leaking shit water and blood and pus and all that stuff like within his body, as he has sepsis and AFib, right? So they take him in for surgery like right away, and they had to resection his colon. So they take out the abscess and all that, and I'm making this sound like it's one thing, guys. This was over weeks. Like most of the visits with my dad, he was out of it, and he had a breathing tube in. So when he was starting to communicate with the breathing tube in, he was literally having to do hand signals and write on a whiteboard. Like it was crazy, scary, and it was terrifying. I mean, I am certain that we almost lost him, and he is not out of the woods yet, but he's doing better. That's what I'm kind of getting at. So he stays there for weeks, and he ends up getting the breathing tube out. He could breathe on his own. His heart was improving. They ended up taking him off of a bunch of medications, and everything was good. So they're like, you know what, we're going to discharge him for physical therapy. So then they discharge him for physical therapy. The original place he was going to go said, oh, you need to get some other physical therapy first to get up to a certain level, because he couldn't even get up out of bed on his own and walk at that point, because he had been like 4 weeks in the STICU and in the ICU. So he ends up going to this place, which is a different place, and they had 3 people monitoring patients on 3 floors. And he ended up hitting the call button like 8 times because he was having a respiratory emergency, and they literally didn't come. They did not come help him. They ended up coming at 7:30 in the morning and said that they would be right back with breakfast. They didn't come back till 11:30 in the morning. All right. So that night he had another respiratory attack of sorts, and we're thinking like, man, he's just being kind of like, anxious and whatever. We're thinking he's kind of being a little over dramatic and whatnot, but he's like, I need to get out of here. He calls 911, and an ambulance literally picks him up and takes him back to the hospital, which is like 3 hospitals away. Okay, dang, I'm sore when I did that. 3 hospitals away. It's like 3 hospitals away, so he had to like convince the ambulance. It's like a $40,000 phone call, dude. So he they bring him back, and they readmit him, and they bring him back into the STICU because he had recently had several surgeries. And they're like, we're sitting here saying like, man, he's just being dramatic and whatever. They're like, thank God you came back, because you have another abscess in your colon, and you're septic again, and your heart is only operating at about 20% of its capability. So, like, I guess he knew something was wrong, and you also have pneumonia, and you also have 2 blood clots in your lungs. Like, this was like, I mean, imagine me. I'm thinking like, oh man, thank God my dad's in, you know, uh, rehab, right? 36 hours later, it's like, he's back at the ICU, and he has another abscess in his colon. He's septic again. He has AFib again, and he has pneumonia, and he has 2 blood clots in his lungs, and his heart's only operating at 20% of its capability. I mean, it was just like constant. But thank God, after a few days back in the STICU, in the ICU, it's a surgical trauma ICU, whatever. I know it's like we got like the same amount of people in here, so I'm sorry, I'm just repeating myself. But he went back. He was in there for another few days, and they were like, the abscess is small enough to where we don't need to go in there surgically at this point. At least we need to focus on getting him the help that he needs, getting him antibiotics, getting his heart stronger and all that. And finally, after 3 days, 4 days, they discharged him and put him in the other rehabilitation place that he was supposed to go initially. And they are like incredible. They are a godsend. They're checking him at least once a day for his numbers, for sepsis, for infection, for all that. They are giving him the medication that he needs. The other thing that I didn't touch on here is that he unfortunately had to get a colostomy bag. So he now has a colostomy bag, and probably will have it for anywhere from 3 to 6 months. And dude, it's just been so much, man. It's crazy. And I mean, part of me was like, man, the only thing that gave me peace here was that I have never known a man with a closer relationship to Jesus than my father. And that's like, how could they be understaffed in this great economy? I know, right? Yeah, but he is doing better. He's still struggling. He is having a tough time um, sleeping, and because of that, I think he's having some issues from being just crazy tired, and he doesn't want to be alone. And yeah, so and it's difficult because I want to be there and spend as much time with him as I can, but it's just a lot, man. Anyway, yeah, it's a lot, but all of y'all that have been hitting me up and like asking about my father and telling me that you're praying for him, and I asked y'all on numerous occasions just for prayers, please, just the prayer, like I could feel the prayers from y'all, and I am so grateful for that. And I believe that is a huge piece of why he's here, why that, and of course why, because that's God's plan, right? So I have peace in that too. So that is his never ending grace, but anyway, what's up, Night Strike? Good to see you. Anyway, so yeah, that's what's going on there.
In Night Strike, those files, they're all garbage. Don't do anything with them.
Yeah, I printed one thing and then I stopped because I found out that certain things are not allowed in certain states.
And
I know
certain things just don't fit.
That's true, and certain things.
All right. I just want to let everybody know I am being tortured right now.
Oh, no. No.
You're being tortured.
I'm being tortured by my daughter. She just cooked sourdough bread, and that's all I can smell.
Ooh, that actually sounds good. I'm not a sourdough kind of guy.
Straight people are getting too comfortable. I said what I said. Some things are not yours to talk about, joke about, or say. And you should go back to being deathly afraid of offending people.
And you should be deathly
Or being
afraid.
a sandwich.
You should be deathly afraid of military-age males that are armed that have a post.
It's like I'd be afraid of her slipping and falling on me. I mean, what should I be afraid of? What?
Did you see that one reel that I sent you, which like it had like a woman's face like this, and it looked like she was like a like normal sized woman.
And
She
then she
looked
was like,
thin, and then she backed up and she was like, "Bruh." I was like, what? Like,
yeah,
did
she
you
was like 520 pounds.
Dude,
He's afraid of a treadmill.
Yeah, I would go back to being deathly afraid of the gym. Blade Boy, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Hey, a long time. Hope all's good with everyone. Yeah, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Mark Tucka, you made us part of his good fortune and recovery, Dark. Thank you, man. Thank you. It was all of us together, man. You guys know that night that I did a Rumble stream, there were over 160 people in that one chat when I asked for prayer for my dad. I also asked for prayer for Teddy. He did not make it.
Oh shoot! All right.
Yeah, he did not make it. That night, a 16-year-old girl was admitted to the ICU, and they immediately took her to surgery, which because of that, they put her in the STICU, which is the surgical trauma ICU, like I said, and she did not make it. So as my dad is in there, he is surrounded by people that are dying. And the second time that he came back, he was in Teddy's room. It was just like eerie, man, eerie. Knife giveaway coming tomorrow announcement. Nice, man. And guys, I know I've told some of you guys, but we have our first batch of sample knives is going to be here within like a week. And keep an eye out because it's probably going to be several weeks still. It's probably going to be like, I don't know, what do you call it? Like probably July that we're.
I'm kind of surprised. Didn't we place the order this week?
Yeah.
and they're already in the States.
I think they're working with someone in the
Oh,
States.
so you think there's a warehouse local?
Yeah, which I'm surprised about because they said like it's shipping from China. So maybe it's like a repackaging place or something, and they just created a shipping label. Like I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. But I mean, it says they're going to be here within like 5 to 8 days or something like that, which is insane. Absolutely
And
insane.
so I hate to say it, we've danced around the topic, just you and I personally. This isn't for public consumption with the audience members. If you go to Goals, I can definitely hook you up with Anderson. That would be super easy to do.
Okay. Yeah.
If not, we'll work it out otherwise. But if you go to Goals, I mean, Goals is mid-August, so
Yeah, I was thinking because it is far away,
yeah,
like time wise. I was wondering if you could like shoot an email and be like,
for
"Hey,
sure.
here's another show that you could, get on,"
Mm-hmm.
that kind of thing.
Yep.
Thank you, Blade Boy. Appreciate that. But I
So,
also know like you already introduced him to Joe, and so I don't want to make it like weird or
well,
anything.
Joe was on the show, and so there was no Crump. It was just me and Kyle Wade from Anderson, and Joe was on the show. So yeah, Joe got an introduction, and
Yeah. Dude, I honestly look, I know, a lot of people, speak negatively about Anderson. I would be really, really curious to see, especially what their frontline stuff still $800 for a complete AR. Like that's still pretty cheap, right? I would love to see what kind of performance we could get from an $800 Anderson. And I would literally run it side by side with some of the other ARs that you guys know that I got that I want to see how they compare. So that would be an excellent, if I were to take a $500 10.5 inch PSA, an $800
mhm.
Anderson, a $1,500 Super Duty, and a $1,800 the 10.3 that I run. Dude, that would be fire. Yeah, and
So
Anderson is good.
my Anderson Frontline 16-inch is at Ocala, Florida.
Nice. Yeah, yours is gonna be there Monday, right?
Yep. It says Monday between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m.
Dark needs to name his knife Dave. So when his order shows up late, he can tell customers, Dave's not here, man. Dude, I don't know. I don't think I think it would be in poor taste for me to do a knife for myself. You know what I
So
mean? Like,
Murphy's Law says I smoke $1,800 ARs all day with my PSA.
so
So
how do you define that?
yeah, in the Grand Thumb, how many rounds were they through it before they said it started losing accuracy?
Okay, hold up, hold up. I did not finish my sentence. I was interrupted. So hang on, but go ahead.
Uh, Grand Thumb put how many rounds through the PSA AR-15 before
I think it was like
it started
15,
losing?
1,500, something like that, 1,000,
Uh,
something like that. I actually don't remember.
So here's the whole thing. Good materials cost money.
Yep.
That's just so one, the materials. So the metallurgy, the good materials cost more money. That's the short of it.
Yep.
Good machining costs more money.
Good building and good QC is
Yeah.
priceless.
Yeah, and that's where I was going with that, because the same machine that makes a top of the line rifle makes every budget rifle. The same
Yeah.
machine. It's
Yeah.
like, hey, how tight do they do the QC? How often do they change the cutting bits? How often do they, realign or whatever the procedure is,
Yeah.
re-zero the machine?
But also, like, what what type of material are they using? What is the material hardened to? What like, and
I
we've
mean, just
talked
like
about.
knives, just same thing with knives and blades. Yeah.
Yeah, same kind of thing. So what I was referring to is Anderson is really good at making, decent, good quality stuff for stupid cheap. Like a lot of people run PSA. I have a PSA that I think I have more than one PSA, more than one PSA receiver sets. And I got an Anderson barrel for a build that I haven't even finished. It's just sitting in parts.
Did you get that barrel for $30?
It was $39. So there is
that was like Christmas time blowout, or what was that?
I think it was November, something like that. It wasn't like Black Friday or anything, but it was like some random time in November, and I got this other receiver set just sitting here chilling, doing nothing. So there is a place for stuff like that, but like I already have a dozen ARs, like it just sitting. So for me to just throw a $39 barrel on another receiver set that I just have sitting around, whatever, because it's not going to be my main rifle. But if I right now with my current setup, if I were to sell all of my ARs except two, I would literally keep AI. I would literally keep my Geisley Super Duty, and I would keep my 10.3-inch, the Dark 18, because that's a mashup of stuff. And I know I say it all the time, but that is an LWRC lower, which is good, high mid tier. It is a BCM upper with a BCM BCG with a Colt 10.3-inch barrel with a BCM gas block, BCM gas tube, and 1X prism from Primary Arms, and of course a goon beam. And I run an AAC SDN6 30 cal suppressor on that. And that gun, I think I just hit like 12,500 rounds, something like that, almost exclusively suppressed. So that thing is a truck, dude. It just runs. And by the way, I built that like on my lap. Like I didn't have any
I've done that.
tools. I think we've all had the lap builds, right? But like usually a lap build is like you put it together and then you take it to the range, and then you just like throw it in the safe, right? This thing has been like my, like, if you want to call it a work gun, or like the daily beater that you take out, throw in the car and grab it, and it's going to run 100%. Like I have had so few malfunctions through that thing, and the only times that I have malfunctions is when I refuse to clean it and I'm running it suppressed like crazy. Not like Dude Knowledge crazy, because I have seen like Dude Knowledge runs his guns until it like carbon is caked on the BCG so much that it looks like a frying pan that hasn't been cleaned in 6 months. It is insanity. It is nuts. Let's see. PSA won't do business with the People's Democratic Republic of Massachusetts. Wow, dude.
That's how they are. They're like, nah.
Yeah, they won't
if you restrict any product, we're just not doing any business with you.
Yeah, dude, they do the same thing where like if there's a state that like they have magazine restrictions, they don't just not send magazines, they just don't ship. They're just like, no, we don't want the liability. Well, yeah, Red Dawn Readiness. Who else programs the computers and checks tolerances? Scope the metallurgy for micro cracks and post heat treating is still done by skilled operators. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that like we just don't even consider when we're looking at like the quality of higher end stuff.
On a consumer level, your thought is, hey, the blank to make a barrel costs this much, the machine time costs this much, so therefore a barrel should be $30.
I mean,
and
they did, so the MSRP of that barrel said like $119, and they were selling it for $39. I'm not like, I don't know what's going to happen when I install that barrel on that receiver, right? It may just totally shit the bed, but maybe not. I wish I could magnify my 1x prism. Point of impact shifts create maybe a lot for some reason using a magnifier. Maybe the PSA doesn't. I don't know. I haven't tried. Maybe you're talking about the primary arms. So usually, if you have a 1x prismatic optic, it is not intended to be used with a magnifier. Actually, if you use a magnifier with a prismatic optic, it usually, like in my experience, it was not even usable. So if you can magnify your 1x and you can actually like see through it, then maybe what you have was like designed to work together. Because I tried to magnify my 1x prismatic optic, and that shit was like, nope, not having it. It looked like I put someone else's prescription glasses on. It was crazy. Oh my God, way to put me on blast, DLD. People are going to think I'm a slob. You are. You absolutely are. And you know, I think when we were doing the rifle class, he was like, take this and run your finger down it. Or that may have been somebody else. I don't know. But I rubbed my finger down the bolt and it didn't even come off. Like some stuff came off on my finger, right? But like this was like caked on. His can, there was a 9-inch fireball coming out of his can because he just shot the shit out of it. But I mean, he's also a super secret spy and a CIA operator. So, you know, that's probably why. Just kidding. Do knowledge, but when you clean it, do you use hypersonic cleaners or ultrasonic? Or I'm not a fanboy of anything except Glock, I suppose, but PSA is great. Yeah, PSA is good, right? Good.
It's good for the money.
Yeah, I would only describe it as good.
I've got most of my ARs are PSA or Anderson.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You got some higher quality stuff. Well, no, I'm sorry. You have a higher quality rifle that you're about to destroy and put some ridiculous shit all over it, and I cannot believe you're gonna. Oh, Lord help us, dude. Rich is gonna take his Geisley Super Duty, that is the nicest rifle he owns, and he's gonna put like a raw key mod handguard on it, and like draw all over it. And I'm like, dude, have you shot it yet?
Actually, yeah, today.
Oh, was that what you were
Come on
trying to?
in.
Was that what you were running the Hoosie Doodle on?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Nice. I have never felt that feeling like when you fire the Geisley Super Duty. The only time I've ever felt a feeling like that is when you fire something that is like $2,000 plus. I mean, it is like smooth as hell. The accuracy is out of
gotta
this world.
give like compliments. Just like pulling the charging handle, it's like, oh my gosh.
Oh yeah.
It's like smooth. It's not gritty. It's pushing the pins in and out to take the upper off. It's like, wow.
Yeah. Even just looking at the metal, just literally looking at the barrel or looking at the finish that you're probably going to destroy. Just looking at
Barton Fink's got it.
What's that?
Yeah,
Come on, PLA. What's up, brother? I'm still back a little bit. Grand Life AJ, what's up, bro? I know some Arrow and BA barrels going for about 60. Dang. Arrow's not bad, but for anyone that says they don't like Anderson and they buy Arrow, enough said. Better be a slob than a Slav.
Oh, dude, I almost reached for the. Oh, it's not in it. Arms reach right now.
For it. That was me.
It's like, oh yeah, see, look, it looks exactly like
DLD After Dark. Well, you are supposed to run the magnifier in front of the 1x prism and not behind it. Did you try that?
What?
No.
Never heard of that.
Read a lot about it. Yeah, no, I did read some whatever for like Reddit and shit like that, but I don't remember anyone saying to run the magnifier in front of it. But honestly, like so with what I'm using the 1x prismatic optic for, if I'm taking that 10.3 inch beyond 200 yards, I'm just gonna grab my Geisley with the 1-6 LPVO on it, and that shit, bro. I am shooting within like it is like a quarter MOA gun. It is stupid. Like it doesn't even make sense.
What ammo are you shooting with that?
So I sighted it in, and people are gonna hate this. Okay, I sighted it in, not using 77 OTMs, not using 62 grain penetrant. I sighted it in using XM193. But what I did is I sighted it in at 100 yards using XM193, and then I went back like over like after I got my it's a 5200 Once I got that, I went and grabbed some 77 open tip match, and then I ran it through it to see where it hits, and then I ran some 62 grain. Don't tell my range this. Ran some 62 grain LAPs, the green tips through it to see where it hits, and it was within enough reasonable distance to be like, okay, I'm good with that. But if shit goes down, I'm going to be running 55 grain XM193. If I go to the range, I'm going to be running 55 grain XM193. If I'm running 77 OTMs, I'm going to be running my 10.3 most likely. So just my 2 cents. I'm grabbing a pricey barrel next payday, and then mags and ammo. I have 3 uppers soaking in water. Muzzle device change. Oh, dude, just put the muzzle device in water. Don't put the whole upper in water. Like, do you have just the muzzle in there? And if it's rock set, then do hot water, like very hot water. So, okay. We're going to talk about that in 1 second. But I'm going to have to hit dark for 26 frame. I actually, dude, I'm sitting on a shat load of 26 frames. I got a bunch of the 26 cobalt frames.
Hey,
which
Luigi's got a question.
Hang on, I'm super behind. Hang on. So here, let me just add this though. I'm not selling frames. I am not currently selling frames. I'm just saying I am sitting on 5 cases of frames from when they were, lawfully on sale, whatever. And then I got a bunch of the Cobalt 26s. I think I got an FDE 26, like boxes of FDE 26 and grade 26. But I'm not technically allowed to sell frames right now, so I do not. Just to be.
And you're not making any word puns or jokes. It's not like winky winky. I'm not selling.
No. Like I'm literally not selling them. Like I am going broke, and I'm still not selling them. Like I
didn't even think about that. Ouch.
Dude, I am sitting on inventory, thousands of dollars of inventory, as I'm.
That you can't sell.
Yeah, that I can't sell because the ATF is gay. Sorry. Okay. Tangent question. Can an ejector for a 4357 SIG be used with a 9mm conversion, not swapping ejector? Okay, Rich, answer the question.
Ejector. I would say yes, because 357 SIG and 9mm are the same case on the back end.
357 SIG and 9mm are the same on the back end?
So remember,
it's neck down at the projectile side.
Yeah.
So the ejector is on the back side, and that's what kicks the cartridge out when the slide comes back. So if you held a 40 and a 357 SIG right next to each other, they're exactly the same. The 9mm is smaller. So if you look at a 9mm Glock ejector, it's bent at an angle. A 40 Smith & Wesson ejector is as straight as an arrow. If you're going to be using a 9mm conversion kit on a lower, you should switch out the ejector. You should. Can you run it without switching it out? Yes, and you'll have some malfunctions. But remember, if y'all remember the story of a friend of mine that had to use his firearm in self-defense, he called me and he was like, yo, I got this Glock 23. And I'm like, bro, you said you wanted a 19. Why did you get a 23? And this was years ago. Okay. This is when 40 was cool. Well, when people thought 40 was cool. And and he was like, I got a Glock 23, and I was like, bro, why'd you get a 23? That's stupid. He was like, well, I can't convert a 19 to 40. I mean, you can, but and if I got a 40, I can shoot 40 out of it, and I can convert it to 9mm and 22, whatever. So I was like, okay, if you're going to convert it to 9mm from a 40, then first off, I think the 40 to 9 barrels had just come out from Lone Wolf, so you have to use a 40 to 9 barrel because the diameter of the barrel is different, right? So you can't just drop a 19 barrel in a 23 slide. It's a different barrel profile. So he got the 40 to 9 barrel, and he just threw in a 9mm magazine. And I was like, bro, if you're going to run that, you need to swap out the ejector. He didn't. Well, guess what? He had to use that gun to save his literal life. He got one shot off, and then the gun malfunctioned. And then he ended up in a hand-to-hand combat situation with 2 men over a gun that had malfunctioned. And he ended up having to run to his safe and get a 22 Magnum NAA single action revolver, and he shot the guy twice in his back while he was running away. And the guy lived. He was in critical condition for like weeks from 222 Magnum rounds in his back. But dude, if you're gonna run 9mm out of a 40, change the ejector. It's one punch. Literally, just grab it. You know. So when you pop out the rear pin, you don't even have to take the whole guts out. Pop out the rear trigger housing pin, pull it up, and you can literally just take your punch, a small, very fine punch, and literally just push the ejector out, pull it, and then get your 9mm ejector, get an OEM, and then slide it. You can even get a Gen 4, Gen 5 if you want.
Get it from Marine Gun Builder.
Yep, you can get it from Marine Gun Builder. You can actually go to marinegunbuilder.com and get them there. They're super affordable, and he ships like within 12 hours of getting your order. And you literally punch it in, like you just push that thing in, and run the 9mm ejector. It's worth it. If you want a smooth as mil-spec lower, watch some Sotar and do what he does. Sotar. Okay. I don't know what Sotar is. Holy crap, just saw a story of an 85-year-old woman that shot and killed her home invader while handcuffed to a chair. What? Dang. That's crazy. And she was shot and survived.
The American rifle.
Oh, nice. Nice. Dude, that's crazy. She was shot too, and she survived, and he didn't. That's crazy. This is why everyone needs to be a defender, man. Even if you're single mom, you need to be a defender. Dads, husbands, you need to get homegirl on board with you because it is so, so, so important. Let's see. What a PLA. Why wouldn't you? Excellent question. Hey, it's Luigi. Yes, but it's not going to have weird ejection. I get hit in the head sometimes. Yeah, you can. It will run, but it is just increasing your likelihood of malfunctions. Because keep in mind, it is a Glock, right? Reared-in adapters and muzzle device for the Ventum cans 5.56 and 7.62 Hux works. Nice, man. I also get failure to extract every now and then, but I think my extractor was sticking. What about vice versa? 9mm ejector on 357. So no, so you can't run a 9mm ejector on a 40 Smith & Wesson or 357 SIG. I actually don't think it works. Hang on, I'll tell you. I don't think it works though.
Well, okay.
All right, so here is my 33, and here is my 26. Oh man, these are so cool.
Don't show it on air. Don't show it on air. Don't pull a Rich.
Dude, it's such a shame that I just do not use these. And it's so cool because I specifically got the mags that say 357 on them because it's just a cool factor. Okay, so this is the super duper straight 40 ejector. Now pause. These are like the 2 Glocks I have that are empty. And this is the Shadow Systems 9mm ejector. See how this one is actually bent and twisted. It's kind of interesting. But let's see. Let's put the Tree 57 on the 9. Oh, that trigger is so much nicer. All right, and oddly enough, I have a stick of 357s right here. Actually, let me switch to snap caps. Hang on. Because you don't want to use LIVEAMMO. Okay, that thing just straight up ejected with a nut. But this is, I will say, the Shadow Systems one is slightly different shaped than OEM 9mm. It's like almost straight. Maybe they do that on purpose so you can use several different. That's interesting. I don't know. I would still switch it out because I'm a weirdo. That's all I'm saying. Man, I got to carry the 357 Sig more, dude. This thing is a beast. It's a literal beast. And I got the what is it? 22? Yeah, 22 round 357 Sig. Well, technically it's a 40 mag. It's the only 40 magazine I have. 69 viewers. Nice. I know you are. I need one bad. Mine was stolen. I was going to do a lawful trade. Oh, that sucks. The Cobalt is sexy. Would go nice with the recent touch-ups. So here's kind of a cool thing. So I have a Cobalt 19 slide, and it is a Polymer 80 brand. These are the slides that were cut by Steel City Arsenal. They're absolutely gorgeous. It is a 19 cobalt colored slide. And I was going to see if Rich could 3D print me the dust cover for the 26 to 19 dust cover in carbon fiber nylon. So that way I could actually throw that on the dust cover portion because it leaves like a little 1/2 inch open because it's a 1/2 inch longer. And I would actually do like almost like a reverse 26X. So I would have like a 26 sized grip with a 19 size muzzle, and it would be all cobalt. But I may have to sell the cobalt slide for real. Dude, this all blue 357 Sig is straight fire. But this 26 with a P80 slide, Shadow Systems LPK with the gray frame. Woo! That thing is fire. And I got the old P80 barrel, the one that actually says P80 on the barrel. We are probably setting off every flag available on this platform right now. Man, these are just such cool pieces. So I got a Glock 33 in my right hand and a Glock 26 in my left hand. And might I just say, both of them feel so fine.
There's no Glock in my arm's reach. Damn.
Man, this is so dope. Yeah, I need to carry the 33 more often. It's just one of those guns. I actually was considering. I'm torn right now, building a 12.5 currently, and I'm really considering the Roscoe K9 Sage barrel. Torn because it's a 416R. Dude, 416R stainless steel is totally good to go. The only thing that you run into is longevity issues. So unless you can find something that's in the same price range that is a better steel, the only difference you're going to have is longevity. And if you're going to beat the dog shit out of the gun, then yes, build it with better materials. If you're just going to kind of have something to shoot every now and then, it's not going to make much of a difference. So look at that. Dude Knowledge said, what's wrong with 416R? It's not. So a lot of people give shit about like the daggers, right? And they say that the daggers are, whatever. What do you call it? Like, what's the word for less than? It's
just as good as.
No, not the poorgasm. Like it's not as good. The quality of the material is not as good, right?
Lesser.
It's no, it's the one word. I don't know why this keeps happening. It's like my brain is just failing. Inferior. Goodness gracious. Inferior materials. I know I couldn't think of it. Don't give me shit. Dude, you know what? If you're gonna give me shit, it's Pride Month, okay?
Oh, no. No. No.
Have some pride, Rich. Sorry. So a lot of people say like they're inferior materials, right? And you have to look at what you're going to be doing with the firearm. It's like, okay, some of these aftermarket slides are 416R steel, and Glock factory OEM slides are 4140 chromoly, whatever. Like Glocks will run nearly forever, right? And yes, I'm a total Glock simp. Sorry, forgive me. You'll hate me for it, but whatever. Well, yes. So 357 has a 10 millimeter parent case. Yes, but it's the same diameter as a 40, which is the same diameter as a 10 mil, which is the same diameter as a 357 SIG. But it is the equivalent to a 40 cal or 10 millimeter case neck down to a 9 millimeter. Yeah, sorry, I'm so far behind. Wait, frames are illegal now? Dude, okay. How am I this far behind on chat? Oh my goodness. Substandard, inferior. Yes, dude, you guys all got Pontiac. Oh, I know what you're saying, and Rockslide gave that steel a bad rep. So here's what I'll say, just so I can actually get my words out. I just keep hearing Rich's clicking. What do you click in there?
My KAK 10.5 inch 300 blackout.
Nice. So the biggest difference is that you'll have more longevity with the finer steel, finer metals, better QC, better coatings, better it's better for long-term usage. However, name anyone that you know that has run a dagger to the point where it stopped working, or run, you know what I mean? Like one of the Glock clones, not just like a P80, because P80s, I know dudes that buy $89 slides and $39 barrels and put 2 mags through it, and then they carry it, First, you were. I like Pontiac better. Yeah, Pontiac quality. Dude, a PSA AR with a quality barrel is a $1,800 weapon, like Dark Korea. What? Korea. So I'm not saying that PSAs are inferior in every way. I'm just saying that you can't take a PSA, like let's say a complete PSA, and I don't have enough time like with the Saber line or anything to speak from an educated standpoint on that. But if you take a standard PSA for $500-600 and you put that next to a Geisley Super Duty, there is absolutely no comparison at all. You cannot compare it. It's just, you can't do it.
Yeah, the Gisley is pretty impressive.
The Gisley is very impressive, and that's not the only one, right? I'm just using that as an example. Same thing for like an LWRC or even like a BCM. A BCM next to a PSA. If you had somebody standing at a table with a never-ending magazine in each gun, one hand on each, and just bang, 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 I promise you, the PSA will need parts replaced before the LWRC or the BCM or the Geisley or whatever. Now, personally, even though LWRC is a good, mid-tier, high mid-tier. See, I can't even say that because I think Geisley is a very high mid-tier. I can't put them in high tier because high tier is like Knights, like that world. And although I love the Geisley, I can't say that Geisley is a next door neighbor of Knights armament. Like it's just, it doesn't work.
I gotta tell you, where's my Geisley? Oh, it's over there.
Inferior.
The takedown pins between the Geisley and another good firearm, it's complete night and day.
Do you have your Geisley around there?
Yeah.
You don't have to do it now, but take your Goon Beam, right? Put it on the low setting. So take it on the high setting, put it on the low setting, and just look at your barrel. Look at the metal on the barrel. Look at, like, it is absolute night and day. Their quality and their QC is insane, and that's why I got, like, you're looking at a builder. I build guns. Like, that's what I love doing, and if I can build it instead of buying it, I'm going to do so. It doesn't always save money. It doesn't always mean it's better, but I enjoy building. But this rifle, I wanted Geisley to build it because they have built way
how
more rifles
the
than I have.
Geisley selector is? I mean, there's a few things. I'm totally going to be simping for Geisley.
Yeah.
The selector on the guy, that's just amazing.
Yeah. Something as simple as that. Like, do you know anyone else that's created a safety selector like that?
No. Actually, I think Arrow has something similar. They have a 45-degree capable safety that is similar.
But not that pops in like that.
No, yeah, it does.
Really?
Yeah.
I would have assumed that Geisley would have.
Yeah, I'm not sure if, I think they might be licensing that.
He's not saying they're inferior, but low key is. No, it's like, okay, so, and I can't really use cars as an analogy because, like, and Knowledge, if you want to jump in here, man, you're welcome to, because you not only would help get all the negative attention off of me and onto you, but also, you've been doing this for a very long time. Some would even say professionally, and you have more experience with more rifle brands than I do. I am not saying that those types of firearms, because I own them, right? Like, I own PSAs, I own arrows, I own, like, every brand you could think of that's like the not cheap, inexpensive, budget kind of brand. I've had them or I have them. And there is
I gotta tell you, I just got a reply on a video comment.
Oh, we got to talk about your comment too.
So I got the one of the best guns I've ever gotten, never fired, is my 10 millimeter high point pistol with the optic. That gets so much engagement, that gun.
Hold on.
So
Mike McClune says, okay, it's all well and good, but like Too Many Choices said earlier, that 2000 rifle don't mean shit when you get clapped out by a Saturday night special. Just saying, for sure. Anything
I
that,
mean, anything, any situation.
yeah, anything can shoot you, right? Like I'm not saying, and here's what I don't want to get confused. I am not saying that if you get a LMT or a Geisley Super Duty or whatever the like LWRC or BCM or anything in the widespread of mid-tier to high mid-tier stuff, that you're going to become a better marksman, that you are going to shoot better, faster, or whatever, tighter groups, or it's only just a difference in the A, preference, B, quality, C, longevity. That's it. So you may be able to put 50,000, 75,000 rounds through your gun before it craps out versus maybe your PSA chokes at 12, 15,000 rounds, 20,000, you know what I mean? Like it's just and once the barrel is totally burned out, keep running it if you want to, right? Just you got to know what you got, and
or
parts are going to
swap out a
break.
barrel. Barrels are cheap.
Yeah. Swap out a barrel, rebuild it.
You get a new upper, but I mean, swapping a barrel off an upper is no big deal.
Yeah, burn up a gas tube, replace it. Like, it's not a big deal. It's just I guess what I don't want is for people to think that I'm saying like it is a necessity and that, PSAs like don't work. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that the biggest piece here that's most notable, aside from preference and quality from QC and all that, longevity. That's the biggest thing, right? Like, why do you guys run Glocks and SIGs as your carry guns? Because most of you don't want to carry a Jennings 25 ACP, right? You can buy better, but you can't pay more. Barton Fink, I've asked them for that so many times. Hold on. Yeah, we all love expensive guns, right? Like if anything, a lot of us get caught up in there. We're like, no, my PSA runs like a champ. I've got thousands of rounds through it because we're pissed off because we can't afford the way nicer guns. Or even if we can afford it, we don't want to drop 2 stacks on another AR, which, by the way, I told y'all to buy a Geisley when they were on sale for like, Rich, what did you get yours for? $12.35 or something like that?
$12.99, just something stupid like that.
Yeah. The uppers alone are going for $14.10 right now. The completed rifles are going for like $16.99 to $18.99. It's insane, and they're only going to go up. And my crazy 40 millimeter green one was like $15.99, and that I was just I wanted the color. I'm not gonna lie. Send link. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna send it to your Grinder account. What you were saying something else, Rich? Sorry.
No, I have no idea now. Oh yeah, this comment. So I grabbed some audio. It says BB gun ? And it's high point 10 millimeter that I'm showing. And so the guy says, bros flexing the high points. Now that comment. And so I write back, like, show me your 10 mil. He's like, Flying Rich Firearms. Bro thinks his $100 10 mil is a flex. Don't worry, I'll show you my 5.56. It's like,
what? Like, do you think this is the only firearm that I own?
Do you think this is the only 10 mil I own?
Yeah. Why do people think that? Like, did he not look at the other videos on your channel?
I guess not.
Dude, this is what I never concern yourself with what another man has, right? Like,
Yes.
maybe at the absolute most, I may, if I get worked up enough, I may put an opinion in comments. I may, right? Usually I don't even want to start the bullshit. I don't even have the energy. I'm just like, I don't care, right? But like the fact that dudes like I don't know if you all saw that that post that Goonbeam had where the dude was just going through copying and pasting lowball offers in Facebook Marketplace. He was like, click, click, drop, copy, paste. I'll buy that piece of shit for $650. Make sure it's clean, and it's like a $10,000 item, and like he's just going through like lowball offer, like boom, boom, boom. That's how these dudes are dropping comments. They're like, go to a short and they say like 19x. That's stupid. You don't even have an optic on it. You can't even put it up. It's not even an MOS. It's not even the +2 base plane. And I'm like, all right, whatever, dude. Like, first off, this is one of my 40 Glocks, and you have no idea about anything else that I have. Like, it's sitting right next to 5 other Glocks with 5 other optics on it, right? Like, but I guess they assume that you're trying to flex. Like, none of us really have that like spirit about us. Like, ooh, look at me type shit,
So here's the thing. I mean, look, Dark knows. I'll sleep on anybody's couch. I slept on John's floor in Vegas.
Bro, I slept on the floor for like 2
Flying Rich, my favorite
What's up, man?
pilot.
Holy
moly!
moly.
Let's get him. Let's get him.
Dude, your mic was like super
Hot.
peaking. Say something.
Was it really?
Oh, you're good now.
Yeah.
You're good now.
Holy smokes! It's probably because I was being loud. I was
How's it
excited
going?
to see Rich, man.
Yeah, man.
Oh, I'm doing good, man.
No,
Doing
never
good.
been on the same
sometimes.
show.
Yeah, I know, right? I don't normally go on shows anymore just because normally I don't have time. But you know what? Tonight we have time.
Nice.
Because
Dude, there's been a death in the family.
What?
The bread my daughter cooked that smelled great. She said something went wrong with it. I had to throw it out. The
Dude,
loaf is dead.
I'm sorry to hear that, but don't scare me like that, man. What the fuck?
I know, right? I was like, wait, what?
Sport brand, what's up?
You had no idea how
What's
good that smelled. I was waiting for her to come in with like a
Damn.
hot, fresh, out of the
Damn.
oven slice of bread with some butter melted on it.
So,
It's called
first and foremost, guys, I don't mean to hijack the show, but let me introduce myself. My name is Dude Knowledge from the Tactical Turkeys. And right here is Flying Rich, my favorite pilot of all time. And this guy over here, let me explain this guy. This guy, instead of being a night goon, because there's actually supposed to be a, well, not supposed to be, there is, in fact, a 2-gun night match that this guy was supposed to attend to, but instead he's over here entertaining you fellow nerds, which was amazing.
Hey, I'll keep it real though. I was like, yo, let me know. I'm down to roll. I got the night free, let me know. And I didn't hear back. So I was like, all right, cool.
Bro, they got there at like
Dust is ghosting you.
They got there at like what, 7:30 p.m. I want to say your time. They got there super early.
Yeah. I was ready. I got all my gear. I even got my my Holosun IR laser.
Yo, you should have texted me. You should have texted me, and I would have given you the address.
Yeah, shoulda, woulda, coulda. It's all
Shoulda,
good.
woulda, coulda. But instead, he's out here entertaining you beautiful nerds.
Of course.
On a what time is it there? Like almost 1 o'clock.
Yep.
Amazing. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. What time is it out there in Florida?
4 minutes till Father's Day.
Hell yeah, dude. So I wanted to talk about how PSA is basically the same product as Knight's Armament. What are your thoughts on that?
So here's my answer to this, right? and I'm gonna give you an honest answer.
We want to give them a porgasm, though. We get but keep it honest.
So here's the thing. Here's my personal opinion on this matter, and I'm gonna keep it a buck, right? Because one thing I hate the most, that's a nice tea bag.
Hold on, Rich. What was that? Sorry.
Yo. All right, so I'm gonna give you guys what you guys really want to hear, right? So a little background about myself. I am literally just a dude who does nothing but nerd out to this shit. So literally, I am a nerd for all things and everything AR. but that's because that's why I enjoy it, right? I enjoy that stuff. So if you want to keep it a buck, Knight's Armament, you know what? Let's throw PSA in there. Let's throw Aero Precision / Ballistic Advantage. Let's throw BCM. Let's throw every single manufacturer on there, right? If we're talking about a person who's just getting into it because they need something to defend their own selves and their, loved ones, there's absolutely nothing wrong with picking up whatever you can afford to get into whatever it takes to defend yourself, right?
Sure.
Because at the end of the day, you're not going to have a choice on what you're going to use to defend your life.
And it really comes down to, not to cut, just to add this really quickly, it comes down to the question of what level of usage and abuse do you intend to, afflict on the poor specimen of a rifle,
Right. I mean, at the end of the day, you're not, when and if should it ever occur, you're not going to have that choice to handpick which one you're going to use to defend yourself, right? So, if we're talking about different criterias, right, and different tiers of the manufacturing spectrum, this is when you start getting really nitpicky with certain QCs and certain metallurgy, certain process on how a weapon system is manufactured and assembled, right? So that's one thing to keep in mind. It's not so much that, PSAs for the poors. I have PSAs, right? Geisley is the end all be all. I have Geisleys. Knight's Armament or bust, because that's what the cool operators use. Sure, I have Knight's Armament too. But at the end of the day, it's going to depend on how the certain thing is QC'd. It's not so much what the computers are doing as far as the machining, because at the end of the day, if we keep it a buck, right, it's 2024. A lot of the industry standards is pretty up here compared to what it was 20 years ago.
Sure.
However, what's going to be finite about the argument is the labor intensive cost behind.
The machine time doesn't cost any different. The machine time's the same on every stinking machine, whether it's a Bear Creek Arsenal or whether it's Knight's Armament. There's the same amount of time on the machine
every day of the week. I just want to add really quickly, Rudy Finney, my brother, thank you so much for gifting 5 DLD After Dark channel memberships. So far, because of you, my friend, Ed Zachary was gifted a membership. Sandwich Chef, which is, as we know, the chef of sandwiches, was gifted a membership. Howard J, Ting Ting, and Blade Boy SFV. Thank you so much.
Oh shit, Howard J's in here?
Yeah.
Damn, my boy.
Yeah.
My boy Howard J everywhere. That's what's up. That's what's up, man.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Rudy Finney, you're the man. All y'all channel members out there. Love y'all. Appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead, Knowledge.
What just happened? Was that a bunch of laser beams?
If you go like this on an Apple, the AI just kind of takes over. And you can also do this, and like balloons just like show up. I think you got to do it like that. Yeah. And then also, okay, so I didn't know this one. I was FaceTiming with my daughter, and then she went like this. And hearts. Yep. So there's that. This is proof that AI is
more computing power than sent 1970 rockets to the moon and back.
Yep.
And we're making heart emojis.
Yep.
That's amazing. Again, guys, 2024, right? The computers, that's all right here. It's a plateau across industry. And like Rich was even, saying, the real cost comes down to what a company is willing to do to ensure that the weapon system that you're putting your hands on when you swipe your mom or dad's credit card is going to function for the next 10, 15,000 rounds. And, you don't have to poor shame anyone, because realistically, we're all adults, man. We all work for our money. There's no absolute reason why one person should have a Glock and a high point and be, shamed because the dude's got a high point. Dude, I fucking love my high point, man. That's the biggest piece of shit I've ever owned in my life. That it's amazing, and I would be if someone tried to outflex me with a high point.
Yeah. Or even your Taurus TX, was it TX22?
Oh yeah, dude,
I got it's funny. I got the TX22 just I figured for target practice for like my wife and daughter.
The TX22 is freaking amazing.
His TX22 is like $2,000.
All right.
Yo, first and foremost, that TX22 is probably one of my favorite plinkers for the backyard.
Yeah,
without a doubt.
Dude, knowledge. Can you say moreover?
No, why?
Moreover, it's a long story. It's one of those situations. Well, anyway, so okay, so I hear what you're saying. I think if the proverbial excrement hit the rotational device, and I was outdoors in full kit with my rifle, probably my Super Duty or the Dark 18 CQBR. If I was out there with one of those and a dude rolled up on me and I see him and he sees me, and it's that moment of, is this going to be an encounter or not? If I'm about to raise my rifle, or we both raised our rifles at each other, right? I wouldn't be like, oh, it's a PSA, and like lower my gun, right? Like it's going to go boom in most cases, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, it depends, right? It depends.
Yeah, so that's the thing too. What you're paying for is you're paying for the probability of it going boom all the time, or going boom only at certain days and certain hours of the night,
or under certain circumstances of care, cleaning, maintenance, and all that. Come out in PLA, remember, for 30 months, dog. What? Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Dirty 30.
Jeez.
My guy is out here. Day one type shit, man. Thank you, brother. Sheesh, PLA with 30 months. I know, right?
Yo, I gotta mention this right now. So Joe Va just texted me. He says, remember the difference between batch QA/QC versus individual. So this man, Joe Va, super cool dude, super knowledgeable. He's lurking. Bro, why say something? Say something, Joe Va. Make your presence known. Say hello to the people.
So here's the jacked up thing. I think YouTube banned him from my show. I don't know why, but I went through, like, he was like, yo, Dark, you banned me on accident, or one of your mods did or something. And I went through, I looked like 100 times. He is not in the banned people, right? So I went through. Rich, we do need to share that because we need to look at that tonight.
I'll bring it back.
But I went through and I was like, oh, if he was banned, it was probably an accident, and I'll go through and just remove him as a banned person. Bro, he's not in there. So the only thing that and this happened with one other dude, with P38 Wilbur, if you're still out there, brother, he had to create another account. He had a completely different account. I think YouTube picks people that may say certain things here and there, and I think they just canned him. Mike McClure, member for 26 months, brother. Thank you. Chena member 2+ years now, like Lois. Hell yeah.
It's either your haircut or Rich's haircut.
I think it's probably Rich's, because they may think that he's like my neighbor. Rich knows about that. More Beta Prince, member for 25 months, bro. Big 2-5. I appreciate you, my guy. Oh, I wonder if it does anything.
Dedicated.
Dude, they don't play, man.
I love it. That's dope.
TMC 15 months, bro. Thank you. At 15 months, I'm basically half as good. Dude, I appreciate y'all so much, man.
That's amazing.
Murphy's Law, 18 months. Damn, my PSA rules. Hey, no one here has ever said anything bad about PSA.
I have yet to say anything bad about PSA, and I'm trying to control myself.
I would actually like to go around the room now. Dark, do you have anything bad to say about PSA? No, Dark, I don't. Thank you for asking. Rich, do you have anything bad to say about PSA?
Not that I can say in public.
Ooh.
Well,
okay, I wasn't gonna go there, but
we go.
now that you mention it, dude, knowledge, please don't.
Dude, no,
Please
oh
don't.
wait, oh shit, I
Well,
didn't realize.
We're gonna move past that.
Oh,
I mean, realistically,
are
you know,
gonna blow up. No, it won't blow. All right, for sure.
I've got a superpower for like saying the wrong thing at the wrong time.
Yes, you do.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Dude, no.
So-
Do you have anything bad to say
Wait.
specifically about the products that PSA sells? Well, oh no.
Now that you're now we're getting a little bit more detailed
About the AR-15s that PSA sells.
AR, yeah, you know what? AR-15. All right, they do their thing. Would I pick one up? If it was the very last option, and I had absolutely no other choice, yeah, sure, why not, right? However, you know, there's certain things like their you know, the thing that feeds your
All right.
Dude.
It's great. Listen,
Dude, I'm
P-Mags
going to
are
change the topic totally. What do you have against baseboards?
Oh my god, listen, baseboards.
I'm getting a little OCD on that.
Oh, those things. So I don't know if you noticed, we actually moved everything. I don't even have outlets here.
Yeah, I'm like that too.
You know,
dang.
Still in the works. This is actually the range side of things.
Do I need to bring the miter saw by?
Yeah, please. If you don't mind, that would be fantastic. But I mean, essentially, we've got a little bit left. There's actually a big glass big glass partitioner wall that's going to be going right here. And then, you know, the rest of the trimming and doors and whatever the have yous, and that's it. We're done. We're complete.
And,
you know,
and don't you know outlets go portrait, not landscape?
I don't know. Listen, fellas. When it comes down to this stuff, I don't know. I just go on YouTube University and whatever the dude tells me to do, guess what? That's what I'm gonna do. And fortunately, this dude was really good with how he explained on how to do the flooring and the framing and the drywall. And you know what? Monkey see, monkey do. And that's how it came about. Now I'm going to be YouTubing how to install plumbing for your bathroom.
Wow.
So if anyone's got any good channels, hey guys, listen, by all means, you know, don't hesitate to drop in my DMs.
Dude,
so do we have a plumber in the chat? Because I hear that P-traps aren't legit anymore. You can't use a P-trap. You're supposed to use them sort of vented. I'm like,
I was literally going to say, I could almost
trap your
guarantee with 70 people in the chat, somebody in here knows how to run plumbing, knows how to lay pipe.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Are we still talking about like household stuff or no Diddy?
I think so. No Diddy. Okay. But we could go back to talking about
Dude, Knowledge, you in Florida? Did you say you're in Florida?
No, I am actually up in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, I lied.
You're not in Montana, are you?
No, I wish my name was Montana. My God.
Yeah.
Okay, because isn't
stop.
All right, never mind. So
Yeah.
I'm going to be doodling on my Geissele Super Duty with my paint markers. So I was just testing it out, you know.
Dude, I don't know, Rich, how you like just say these things. That's just like, you know,
that was so random.
Yeah, that's cool. So moving along, how do you feel about actually let me ask you this, because I actually got challenged on this when we were ranking firearm manufacturers and their products by entry level, low tier, mid tier, high tier. And we kind of blurred the lines on entry level, budget and low tier, because it's hard to say, because not all cheap stuff is bad, and not all.
So I'm gonna cut you off for a second.
Mhm.
And I apologize for that.
No
One
apology.
thing that I will mention is
Rich has been doing that the whole show, so don't feel
well, here's the thing. So I will say this. I don't like the word budget. I think quote unquote budget
It's
is
racist.
super subjective,
Racist.
right? So I don't believe in budget firearms. I believe in having either a good product or having a shit product. Just like how, Goon Beam, for what it is, right? For the price, the entry price of getting into a good, reliable weapon mounted lights, and the ultra crazy, eye blazing, burning sensation. Don't look at it. Our lights for that entry price. Is it budget? Well, no. I personally don't think it's a budget light if we're performance. That's why I don't like to call things budget, because again, budget is super subjective, right? To someone, $100 could mean the world.
Dude, when I bought the Super
dollars could
Duty,
be like, oh, whatever.
When I bought the Super Duty for $15.99, I was like, bro, that is an excellent deal. Like, I thought that was like
that is yeah,
for 40 millimeter green too, for 40 millimeter green, 15. So it was actually $14.99, but by the time tax and all that bullshit, it was like $15.99.
This is complete, right?
Complete everything. 14.5 inch, 40 millimeter green. That's why I had to do it, because I was building one out at that time. I sunk like $550, maybe $600 into an OD green lower. Everything Geisley, I got everything one part at a time, built out the lower, and then because I was settling with OD green because I couldn't find a 40 millimeter green that wasn't $2,000 and up. And and then I found this after I built out this lower. So I have a Geisley Super Duty lower just sitting doing nothing right now.
Well, and again, so you and I would agree, and I'm sure Rich would agree. My God, that is a hell of a deal. But for someone else, that could mean their mortgage for the next 2 months. Who knows?
For sure. And that was also back when I had money, so it was different times.
Well, again, it's one of those things where calling something budget is super subjective, and that's kind of why I don't believe in budget accessories or budget firearms. I believe in good product or bad product. That's really what it boils down to. But yes, let's continue with the tier stuff. I love tier. I fucking love tiers.
It can't be black or white though, right? It can't be binary. Merry Christmas, Ron Wayne. Merry Christmas.
Listen. I'm gonna say it like this, right? It's kind of like genders. It's either I'm not gonna go there. I was just
either
kidding,
a boy or a girl.
But either a boy or a girl.
So
but no,
could there be mid-tier products that are good, but that are not as good as you know what I mean? Like there has to be some type of ranking, because stuff can be good, yet better stuff exists. I guess my whole point was to ask. I had said that Geisley was in the higher mid-tier category, and everyone kind of jumped to me and they were like, "Yo, Geisley is high tier." What was it? High tier?
So a lot of people, I think I was here for that show. I was watching it. So what they were saying was it was the bottom of high tier, right at the gate, and other whatever mumbo jumbo. Right?
Yeah, it was like sitting in the blur of the line between mid tier and high tier. Like that's
so here is what I will say: the copium is real.
Yeah.
Right. Copium is a hell of a drug.
Yeah.
First and foremost. Now, if you're talking about certain tiers, right, they have to meet a certain threshold. For one, the pedigree of the company, right? Now, Geisley is very well known for their handguards, right? They're very well known for their triggers, right? They're fire control group, and they're super well known for their buffer system.
Yeah.
Now, it wasn't until recently that they started creating and manufacturing their own uppers and their own lowers, as well as with their own BCG, which is, the enhanced bolt carrier, blah, 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 and all that mumbo jumbo stuff. So, in other terms, in certain standards, Geisley would be considered high tier, right? However, as a weapon system as a whole, it does not, in my opinion, meet that threshold of the what you would consider a high tier due to the pedigree in the background of that company.
So, okay, now performance-wise, though, if you were to have a Super Duty and a Knights, SR-15 side by side, because I think honestly one of the most notable features of the Super Duty, aside from the Ergi handguard, is excellent. I mean, it's great for
I agree.
lambs, for the way that they lock it in, anti-rotational shit all over, they bomb proof, all that stuff. It's great. It's also, I know it's not the best, right? Like I of course, and Too Many Choices just said something which is kind of interesting, and it's the way I look at it, some items like a Knights, I like currently I don't have a plan to purchase a Knights just because of uh the cost. It's just just way too far out of my price range, and a lot of people may look at the Geisley and be like, no, that'll never
And that's
happen.
fair.
Too far.
That's very fair, right? That's very fair. But what most people are thinking about is, well, I could build a better rifle, which, you know what, by all means, absolutely. It's no different than cars, right? You get to a certain point where you start modifying your factory cars and you start losing the reliability.
Yeah.
For the very skilled individuals that are able to literally craft their own weapon system and have it be absolutely reliable, etc., etc. Yo, I bow my head to you and wish you nothing but the best, because more people should follow that step. Unfortunately, not
Most
you
people
have
don't.
to understand, not everyone is capable nor have the time to sink in hours and hours and hours of research and testing and trial and error to develop that.
Well, and most of these dudes that are building I'd say very high quality rifles with let's call it like mostly mid-tier parts, but they go like crazy on the barrel and crazy on the bolt, right? They're like they're mating the receiver and the barrels together. They're lapping the scope rings and doing all sorts of shit that like I haven't personally done, but most dudes aren't set up to do things like that. They're building them in
So
their
let me
lap.
ask you now, right? Now, going back to the whole high tier, mid tier, low tier stuff. Now, for a person that's doing that, now imagine doing that to not an example of one, but as a mass production in volume. What is your time worth? That's something that you have to think about also. And I'm not, saying you personally, but I'm saying, as, as a general term. People. You have to also think about what your time is worth as far as development in that weapon system. Yeah, I understand that, the parts itself could be $500 or hell, even $400, right? Which wouldn't be completely out of the question if we're talking about weapon systems in general, right? However, to develop certain things as a manufacturer, that requires a lot of labor hours that unfortunately someone has to pay for it, right? Skilled individuals like the people that are building their own 80% frames and stuff like that and coming out with crazy super reliable that goes 20,000 rounds plus without any failure and crazy shit like that. Again, that requires the company to personally seek out someone who is capable of building not just one, not just for two, but for thousands.
Yeah, yeah. It's a very different level, and that's honestly why, like, when I saw that Super Duty, I was like, you know what? I want a Super Duty that Geisley built, because even though I've been building for years and years and years, and I've built a lot of ARs, assembled a lot of ARs, and built from, like, 80% receivers, whatever. I know that they can do a much better job than I can, and I know that they're doing that on a much higher scale. And the time that I would put into it, I could not achieve. I likely could not achieve the quality and the QC that they do. And I know I don't want people to think that I'm like just blowing Geisley. We're just using that as an example in this conversation that we're talking about.
Right. And I, following up with that, and if you want to play that game too, we could also play the double-edged sword type of conversation where I could easily say, you know what, Geisley is really not that good.
Mm-hmm.
It's really not that good for, and this is talking about their Super Duty series, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're not that great compared to something like a Knight's Armament.
All right, that's it, guys. Thanks for tuning in. I'm just kidding. I'm joking.
Oh, no. I'm just trying to put it in a certain perspective, just because there's a reason why Knight's Armament commands the price that they do.
Yeah.
For example, and unfortunately, Geisley doesn't do this quite yet, just because they haven't started producing their own barrels, right? So that's outsourced from a third party.
Do you know who does their barrels? I've been trying to find out. I cannot find any information.
I'll text you.
Okay.
I'll text you.
All right.
Just because I don't think that's something that they would appreciate me leaking out.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to know if
it's really hard to find on the internet. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
But unlike Geisley, so if you purchase a Knight's Armament, right, you're gonna automatically get a sheet of paper that shows a certain grouping signed by the person who tested it, all the tolerances, all the specs, et cetera, and that goes with your complete Knight's Armament.
Bro, I'm sorry. Real quick. Not my name
said. Wait, what?
Bro, I just started watching, and some guy drove through my yard and hit two neighbors' house cars, plus their pre-totaled Pontiac Montana. They fled the scene. Car still running. Montana's still sitting there. What? Bro, that is insane, dude. That's crazy. I wonder if it was on purpose or if they're just a drunken. That's crazy. My bad knowledge. Go ahead. So,
no, you're good. I totally lost where I was going with this.
You were talking about Knight's Armament and the quality of their barrels.
Oh, right. Yeah, and it goes further more than just the barrels itself. I mean, hell, if we're talking about the bolts itself, they're one of the first, if not the first, to release a sand cutting bolt carrier to begin with, right? Now, moving to the actual bolt itself, you now have double extractors. You have the dual extractors, right? They did that for the people that actually had to depend on their weapon systems for they got to depend on it because they do it professionally, right? And I don't blame them. What you're doing is you're putting extra fail safes for something that you're depending to get home, right? You need that weapon system to get home.
Your gun isn't just to punch holes in paper. Your gun is likely going to be used to potentially save your life or the life of others.
Right. And then furthermore, if you guys notice, the bolt of a Knight's Armament is actually rounded, not squared. They're I almost want to say that they are the only manufacturers that have rounded bolts. Just because the biggest problem with the bolts they were shearing because of the sharp contacts. So whenever it would go home, it would actually catch, and every time it catches, you're creating a stress point, right? It's basic metallurgy. So there's so much that goes into it. Well, actually, you know what? There's more. it never ends. It never ends. Your gas operating system. They're using a sealed gas operating system. Now, yes, now 2024, they're not the only ones that's doing it, but again, they were one of the pioneers to that.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things that they did to innovate the AR platform. Well, I shouldn't even say AR, just call it the M4 platform, just because that's essentially what it started out as, your select fire stuff. So a lot of this stuff was obviously copycatted and mimicked by other companies for good reasons, because it works. So it just means that someone else already did the homework. And a lot of companies are smart for following along, because if someone else already did the homework and it's proven, why not just copy it and have a smaller entry fee?
You remember when so like, let's say, actually here's a perfect example. When Aimpoint came out with something like the Comp M4, right? This was like a $600 dot with like $150 mount, right? Now, they spent years like developing and fine-tuning this technology, and they spent years in research and development with this. And then they came out with the Aimpoint T1 Micro using the same type of laser, the emitter, thank you. Gee, mini crickets. Anyway, using the same type of emitter style, but putting it in a T1 Micro, much smaller package, lower down to the left, and blah blah blah. And what happens? Primary Arms is like, dope, challenge accepted. And then they took the research that they did and then made a $139 Aimpoint T1 clone with the same footprint, with the same. And honestly, I ran that on that same gun that I got like 12,500 rounds through. That was what I was running on my primary before I switched to the 1X prismatic scope, right? Or optic, whatever. But they kind of stole the homework, and they didn't have to put hundreds of thousands of dollars and employ teams of people to research and develop this shit. Same thing for like other companies taking the sand cutter. And there's other benefits to the sand cutter too, like it changes gas direction. It changes, like, there's other cool things. It'll run longer. The dual extractors is crazy. It'll run longer under like suppressed fire, and you get less blowback in your face, and all sorts of like benefits that come with it. But another company that comes out with one that didn't have to do all the research, just kind of copies the homework, they're going to be able to do it for cheaper and for less. It may not be the exact same quality, but it's up there.
Yeah. I mean, again, we're living in the age of technology where a lot of the computers do, a lot of the work. However, at the end of the day, you can't have computers do automatic innovation, especially in the industry that we're in. That's just going to be one of those fact of the matter type of thing. Now, if we're talking about as far as your mid-tier stuff, they're all great. If I'm being honest with you, they definitely fit the role of what most people will need. Now, most people don't really require such a high demand when it comes down to weapon systems that would deem that weapon system to be high tier. The only reason why I would consider them high tier is because that company has the pedigree and they have the database and information on how to develop and how to ensure that that weapon system is not going to fail. So
it's
long
like
story short,
it's like Mercedes-Benz, right? It's Mercedes is like, you get the brand recognition, you get the quality, the craftsmanship, their level of QC isn't lacking, but for most
and then
people,
here comes Hyundai.
Yeah, right. For most people, though, like a malfunction is an inconvenience, not a death sentence, right? So like it's not as big of a deal. So I think who was it? Too Many Choices said, so basically we're saying the standard or entry level for those guys is different. I'm not an operator, but my carry builds only get OEM Glock parts. Yeah, I mean it's yeah, I'd say that's pretty accurate.
Facts. So one thing we also have to consider is a lot of times for my Leo guys out there, they your department will only allow you to have certain approved weapon systems, right? And a lot of times you're actually not able to modify certain things in these weapon system.
Yeah.
So you have to kind of trust that the manufacturer itself themselves have provided you a perfectly functioning weapon system. And as civilians, we shouldn't really treat or look at off the shelf weapon systems any different. Yes, anybody could replace a trigger on whatever such and such with a such and such trigger and make it 10 times crispier, but dollar for dollar, off the shelf versus another off the shelf weapon system. That's really the argument here when you start talking about different levels of tiers on your weapon system and different manufacturers.
Yeah. Can I ask you one question?
Sure.
If you were to respond with one word when I tell you a brand, could you do so without offending everyone?
Absolutely.
Okay. And actually, we can all play this game. Tell me the first word that comes to your mind when you hear this. Daniel Defense.
Trash.
Rich, what was the first
The
word?
Warrior Poet Society, Daniel Defense firearm? Are you kidding me?
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Are you kidding me?
You mean you want to pay $3,500 for a mil spec shit that has a fancy rail? Is that dude? And the first thing that came to my mind was gay.
See, I wanted to say that word, but you said not to offend everyone.
Yeah, you're right. I was kind of joking. I know it's going to offend people. Dude, when I watched Tactical Considerations and he was like, oh, I got the brand new Daniel Defense V7 or whatever the hell it is, right? And he's like taking it out for the first time. I'm pumped. And he published the video and I was like, yo, kudos to you for publishing the video, bro, because most content creators out there wouldn't have done it. He's out there on the range and he goes like this. Boom, boom, malfunction. He's like, what? Spills it, racks it, boom, 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 malfunction. Racks it again, boom, boom, malfunction. He's like, what the? He was getting pissed, right? Every 2 rounds, sometimes 3 rounds, malfunction.
Yo, get this. Here's the cope. Here's the cop out to that. Let me put my Daniel Defense suit on.
Yeah.
Well, you see, you have to break the firearm in first so that you don't experience any more malfunctions. But if you still experience any malfunctions after about 600-700 rounds of the break-in period, feel free to send it back and we'll give you a holler in about 4, 5, 6 months.
Yeah, when does your warranty expire? In about 366 days, give us a call. Here's the funny thing. So, in my opinion, Daniel Defense is way overpriced mil spec shit. It's just
that is more than one word, sir.
It is. My one word was gay, but it's. I don't think they are worth anywhere near for what they're charging. They got famous off of a rail. The rail happened to be the rail for the 10-3. And I get it, right? But like,
that's cute. So has Geisley.
Yeah,
let's see.
Hello,
HK416.
Yeah, dude, the Ergi rail, hands down, the Ergi, like they got it right. But I can't. We're talking over $3,000. I would never even consider. Matter of fact, this is how much. This is the truth right here. I don't even think we placed Daniel Defense when we discussed entry level, mid tier, and high tier.
Who is Daniel and what is he defending?
It's the owner's name.
Marty.
Yeah. Marty
Well,
Daniels. He's defending his bank account.
Do you want to hear an interesting Daniel Defense story?
Yes,
Is
I
it
love Daniel.
literally?
Oh, hold on. I didn't. I'm so sorry. I forgot to tell you guys the best part.
Oh,
So
God.
Daniel Defense saw the video because it's tactical considerations. It's got thousands and thousands of views on Instagram, right? I think it had like thousands of likes, so probably way more views. And sorry to cut you off, Rich. I couldn't forget this part. Then they contact him and they say, "Hey, we don't know what's going on. We've never even heard of this happening ever. Send us the rifle, okay?
Classic.
And we'll take." So he sent them the rifle. They took it in, and then they said something was wrong with the upper, the upper, not the upper, the upper. And they said they fixed it, swapped it out. They never specifically told him what was wrong at all. Sent it back, and then now he says that it works, but he hasn't posted another video on it. And I think he bought it. He's a cop. He is a police officer.
I love it. That is amazing.
Something's wrong with it. We don't know what it is, but we've swapped out the one of 47 parts on top. So let's see if this works.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So you know what they should have done was they should have done what PSA did with like Mike Jones. What's his Grand Thumb?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they should have done what they did with Grand Thumb. They should have handpicked it and made sure that it worked and then sent it out.
Yes, there you go.
Just saying. Just saying, you know. I mean, I don't see that's the thing is though, I don't blame Daniel Defense for charging $3,000 and upwards dollars for their rifles because I hate to say it, and you know what, I really don't care if people hate me or not. They already do it. If I haven't offended somebody anywhere in the chat, don't worry, I will get to you eventually.
Yeah.
They have like you know I don't blame them for charging $3,000. Why? Because people nowadays are so stupid to fall for the thirst trap that these YouTubers and influencers are giving out, saying, listen, if you buy a Daniel Defense, you are letting the world know that you have a big cock and you know how to use it.
Yeah, that's basically what
they wouldn't buy one. Dude, yeah, sign me up. I would love one. You know?
Yeah.
No?
Ooh. Yeah. Oh, when I said Daniel Defense, DB Cooper said handler because the dude in that shooting bought sorry that one stung. CIA handler. I think yes. Okay, so the original Daniel Defense rail, the Riz 2, was fire and was sexy. It's still sexy. I just never bought one, never ran one, and will never run one in the future because it's over. Like that time
it's a great innovative piece of firearms history.
Yeah,
that's what it is. Again, going back to Geisley, right? Geisley is known for many things and have pedigree in said things. As a weapon system, they haven't gotten that pedigree just yet.
Yeah, that's fair.
But apparently, Daniel Defense's fucking weapon system is the creme of the crap.
Yeah,
I didn't decide that it was the creme of the crap. All the retards decided that it was the creme of the crap because they're paying this much money to support that mentality.
Well, and if people didn't pay $3,200, $3,400, $3,700 for a mil-spec rifle with laser etching on it, then they would be sold for less. You know? And I guess somebody said that Daniel Defense makes their own barrels in-house.
Certain ones they do. Not all of them. Not all of them.
I wasn't aware of that. There's a dude that watches my show who watches like every single show.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he has sent me pictures of his Super Duty collection, and it is insane. He's got Super Duties, he's got Knights, he's got like all the things, right?
Yeah.
And he just, I don't know what he does, but he's got like all the info. So I'll say something. I'll be like, you know what? I heard that, Mossberg makes barrels for these. And then he sends me a message the next day and he's like, hey, just so you know, about 32% of AR barrels and this, and this company actually makes these people's barrels, but they're white labeled. And I'm just like, bro, how do you know all this? So he's got to do something in that realm. So he'll correct us on things tomorrow.
There's people in the industry that nobody knows.
For sure.
That, like, companies will send them a gun they're going to come out with in a year. They're like, beat the living dog crap out of this. Tell us what we need to do, what works, what doesn't work, what needs improvement. These guys get paid to, F stuff up and make sure it runs right. Whether it's a firearm or an optic or that. And that's like,
that's what Olight does. Seriously.
And there's people like me, Dark, and Crump. We go to the range, we shoot, we have a good time, we make videos, and we talk on YouTube. That's, nobody's paying me to say, hey, you did this right, you did this wrong, take a few thousandths off of this, add this feature here. Nobody's paying me to do that.
Yeah,
but there are guys out there that companies do that.
Dark's handler became a fan. That's funny.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, what I've realized being in this industry for this amount of time, I've come to really understand that most of the companies that are very open-minded and take criticism openly from not your influencers or the people that they're personally sending rifles out or accessories out and whatnot, but from the actual consumers are the ones that have the massive growth and are actually still doing pretty good today.
Yeah. Yeah, and Mike McLuhan is right. There's only a few companies that are making the majority of the barrels. Not all of them, but like 90% of the barrels. And believe it or not, Mossberg makes like 35% of AR barrels, and you'll never know because they're white labeled. So when you get them, like and I don't even know how, like apparently Walt ordered like 6 AR barrels from Bear Creek Arsenal, and like one of the gas holes was drilled on the wrong side.
Was backwards.
Yeah, the gas port was drilled on the wrong side of the barrel. He was like, "Hold on, what?" It's so I don't know. I'm not saying like, yeah.
Well, so he's not incorrect about that. But one thing we have to understand when it comes down to barrels is when you're talking about barrels, right? That barrel can go on multiple platforms other than just your AR-15. So believe it or not, that tube that people would say, hey, that's an AR-15 barrel. Sure, that's an AR-15 barrel, but it's also a barrel for your Remington 700. It's also a barrel for your Sig Cross. It's also a barrel for your this guy right here, the Q-Fix. It's also a barrel for the POF Rogue, et cetera, and so on. Yes, that is 1000% correct. Until they're either A, machined down by the manufacturer, or B, threaded so that it can be attached to your barrel extension. So, there's so much more that goes into it. Kind of just like your hey, there's only 3 forges for your AR receivers. Did you know that? Yes, that is true. Again, this is the forging we're talking about. We're not talking about the actual finalization of machining it. We're not talking about the different materials of the different forgings, the post effect of machining and heat treatment. and so on and so on. Are they anodized? Are they Cerakoted? What kind of coating do they do after being, heat treated? A lot of these things matter because, believe it or not, anodizing actually strengthens certain metals compared to just taking it straight to the Cerakoter and having them just Cerakote it. So,
anodizing
the process on it goes so much deeper than just the forging.
Yeah, anodizing definitely strengthens the aluminum, and 40 millimeter green anodizing
So sexy.
strengthens
So
it
hot.
even more.
Yo, man, listen.
It's the strongest.
Let's just say that the metal is not the only thing that gets hard. But
yeah,
zing
hard. Dude, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to cut.
Strong like bull.
I know we've gone for 3.5 hours, and Dude Knowledge just got on, but I actually
Dude,
got
I've been on for like an hour. Hello.
What you just got up, or you just?
No, I gotta get into it here in about an hour and a half. So,
okay.
and then I gotta after I get off, then I gotta do Father. We're not gonna say it, but you know.
So I from what I understand, you are a super high speed operator that like fast ropes out of helicopters and like.
Ooh, Rich? Dude,
No.
I thought he was just a pilot. What? That's crazy.
Yeah, no, sorry.
Jump out.
My bad. Have you taken your monthly polygraph though? Or are you behind? Or
who?
You, Dude Knowledge. Aren't you? Aren't okay? All right, never mind.
I don't know what you're talking
about. I'm just kidding. How often do you have to qualify?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm joking. All right.
No idea what you're talking about.
Let's just say that all you guys out there that buy your PSAs, I understand. I have several PSAs myself, and I remember when I was broke. I'm just kidding, dude. PSAs run in. I've built up some PSAs with some dope barrels and BCGs and bolts that run like a champ. All right, so I'm totally joking. I just every now and then you got to give the poorgasm searchers a little heat to get flustered. But I love y'all, and I love what PSA is doing from the concept of like, let's get as many ARs out there as possible so we can make these like normal, right? So we can have them in common use. I hate that common use is even a thing, but it is a thing. And one other thing too, like the whole like machining things and like lapping receivers and mating the barrels and lapping scope rings and like all the crazy stuff that like really high level builders do or higher level builders do, like that's really the same thing when you're building from an 80% Glock frame. You're machining the rails, you're literally doing hand fitment on stuff, and the tolerances of all these parts are different, so you're bringing all these pieces that were single together into a marriage, and there's a lot of time that you have to spend in doing that. And that's why like this whole you can build a gun in 23 minutes or whatever they said, bro.
Yeah, fucking right.
It takes me like a weekend or more to have a fully functional, reliable gun. However, every single Glock that I have built is a running fire. It's not like, okay,
see, that's a flex. That is a flex, my guy. That's a flex.
I don't mean it is a flex. I just mean like if you're gonna build it to, because of course I gotta build a homeless person army, and the only way I can do that is with 40 Glocks that run. At least that's the only way.
Every Glock I've ever built runs because I call Dark up when it doesn't, and he tells me what to do.
Yeah.
Speaking of building stuff, right? You mentioned PSA, but and I know Rich mentioned this company earlier. So we have CAC, right? Knights Armament, but it's more affordable broker stepbrother CAC, KAK. Now, listen, hold on a second.
Yeah,
there's a lot of cool stuff that happens at KAK.
Are you gonna tell them where to get the thing that's like the thing?
Dog, yeah. Do bear shit in the woods? Absolutely.
Okay, all right. I didn't know. Some people want to keep it all to themselves. I think it should be out
Listen,
to the masses.
yeah,
you know?
but the thing is, I don't think people should be deprived of that. And
I
matter of
agree.
fact, you know what? Here's what you should do. I think you should go contact KAK, get yourself and these beautiful people of they're still up with you. They're still up fucking with you at 1 o'clock in the morning.
You're right. Yeah.
You should hit up KAK and have them give you and your audience a discount code because I support KAK.
Well, I'm looking for the owner's business card right now.
I love what KAK.
Well, don't put him on blast, Rich. My goodness, we are on the internet.
This is like the third time he's done something to almost put stuff on blast. But here, I'll say this: I support CAC 100%. I love what they do. I love what they're doing, and I know they pulled their sponsorship from Print Shoot Repeat's channel. I don't know or understand why. That's okay.
It's funny. I talked to them about that. They just said that's not the direction they want to go. Also, in the same breath, they're like, "No, we support 3D printing." And I'm like, "Wow, all right."
Yeah. I think it's something that probably was just something private, which is fine. But if you
at the end of the day, it's none of our business. But what I'm trying to get you to do, listen, give these people the discount code so they can go ahead and support a fairly I don't want to use the word innovative. I don't know what the correct. Listen, needless to say,
they do a lot of R&D, rip off and duplicate.
Yes. Yes.
If you guys all
good stuff
very good stuff. If you guys all blue CAC, that'd be dope. Everyone that's in here now, those of you that have Instagram, if you guys all went to KK Industries Instagram right now and dropped a comment and say something like, "We would love to see you work with DLD After Dark," and tag me in it, bro, you would change the future of this channel forever. If you guys there, we'd love to see you work with DLD After Dark. Whatever, something, that ish would be huge, and potentially be able to pass on a discount to you guys. So I would
love to see that. Honestly,
I actually have a personal discount with KK, but
listen, sir, that doesn't help everybody.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, let me drop an email here. If you have time, right, on behalf of my buddy DLD After Dark, email Ryan. Ryan's gonna fucking hate me for this.
Oh my god!
Listen, this would be fantastic. This would be great. Email Ryan at kakindustry.com and let him know that, listen, I am an avid supporter of my boy DLD After Dark, and we would love nothing more to see you guys work with him so that he can share the savings onto us as a valued channel member and supporter,
dude,
and support your business. Sign whoever, whatever your name is.
Loves the CAC.
There it is. There it is. There it is.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Hey,
what up, Gun?
What's up, man? Good to see you. Good. Welcome. Thank you. We're actually
wrapping. That would be amazing.
That would be huge if y'all did that. So I was actually talking about kind of doing a similar thing for another company. I wanted to. We're gonna give Anderson's upper line of stuff a shot. They are Rich is working with them. Joe with Shooting Gallery is working with them. So I figure, hey, you know what? Take that.
Here's my KK business card.
Hey man, like I said, I would never ever disregard anyone or what they have based on their history of building shitty rifle. Hold on a second. This is going off the wrong way. Where am I going with this?
So, Mr. Knowledge, do you know? Let's see, Kurt or let's see, Cody at KK.
Cody, yes. Cody, yes.
Okay.
Cody, Ryan, they're good dudes.
I don't know Kurt or Cody.
I got it. I have completed my thought. Here's my thought. So I am not going to disregard anyone's new offering based on the previous things that they manufactured, because it could very well potentially be the next best thing.
That's true. That's a good point, and that's fair. So earlier we were talking about like people that change their minds based on new information, right? And that's same kind of thing. Like people may have a preconceived notion about a particular company because of a product or previous products. If they come out with something new, keep an open mind and give it a shot. You know, it could be worth it. And who knows, if I was able to, you know, get introduced to them and, you know, get my hands on one of their it's like an $800 rifle pistol setup, I would run it right next to my other guns and I'd see how it does, you know, and I'd, you know, beat the shit, just like I wanted to do with Ross Martin, but I hadn't heard back from them yet either. So we'll see.
They're having some logistic issues at the moment, let's just say.
Okay. Yeah, I you know, invited them to come on the show, and they probably were like, "Oh, let me check it out." And they came on, and I was like teaching people how to synthesize explosives or something. They're like, "Oh, maybe not," but you know, you never know. I mean, we have some exciting shows from time to time. Lightning McQueen, what's up, brother? Black Diamond Guns and Gear, y'all still going? I know we're wrapping it up. We started talking.
Dude,
about
I just got a killer comment here. I just hold on. I got to share the screen. I got to share this.
We do have to say this real quick before we go, and then we got to wrap up after this. You need to share the main one first.
Oh no, this is quick. This is so high. I've been doing all sorts of videos with high points. So I walk out in the back by the pool. I hold. Doesn't matter what I do with a high point. I get stupid engagement. It's so it doesn't matter. Yeah. Like I could have my Steyr log, my H&K VP9. The high point gets all the traction.
Of course.
So this guy's like, "Bro's flexing a high point." I'm like, "Show me your 10 mil." He's like, "Bro thinks a high point 10 mil is a flex. Don't worry, I'll show you my 5.56." So like while we're on the stream, I reply, I'm like, "You think I don't have a Geisley Super Duty or a 50 BMG, maybe a Glock 10 mil? The high point video just gets engagements, facts." He's like, "To be honest, I really don't give a shit. Wait, to be honest, I really don't give a shit if you want the honest answer. LOL." I'm like,
well, that was rude.
Well, I'm like, feelings mutual. So no 10 mil, no high point, no 50 BMG.
Just be like, feelings mutual. Now post a video.
Right.
Yeah, I see you already committed though. You know what? We'll lead next stream. We'll lead with that other comment that you got, because that was insane.
This one.
And I was like, this is my response to this was
literally all right. So just so everybody knows how a 3-hour show with DLD After Dark goes. Dark's like, "Hey, you want to come on and talk about that comment?" I'm like, "Absolutely."
You mean that's this 3 hours and 43 minutes is what you mean?
Yeah, this comment that we haven't talked about.
Well, no, I actually said let's come on and talk about 2A Absolutists. Remember that was a different conversation. So this is another even, you know, different conversation. But we'll touch on this too. This is somebody who all of that 2.5 paragraphs, if you wanted to translate that to English, was how to say your vagina is bleeding in the UK. That's all.
What?
That's all.
All
yes.
right.
Okay. All right. We got to do it. Just real quick, Rich. Read it.
Right. All right. So Simon flounders. So I guess, should I read it in a British voice?
Please
if one is a Second Amendment supporter, then you would subscribe to the right to bear arms as part of a well-regulated militia.
This is cringe and will trigger you, by the way.
to oppose government overbearance. I paraphrase it. Of course, the Second Amendment is just way too long for anyone to recite by memory. Dark, could you
Of
please?
course. People with guns should be able to have bear arms or something like that, right?
A well-regulated
well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms should not be infringed. Much.
So
too much.
I'm not sure the last part, the right of the people to keep and bear arms.
Rich, just wanted to critique you in your British accent. That definitely was not a British accent. You just sounded constipated. Carry on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was what I was going for.
Okay. Then you nailed it.
It seems the modern interpretation ignores the well-regulated part, and it's more about an individual's right to bear whichever kind of firearm they desire, regardless of whether it can or cannot be used in the pursuit of sport or legitimate purposes other than so-called home protection. Historic context. The prospect of an overbearing federal government interfering with an individual's right to pursue life, liberty, and happiness is no longer an issue. What the fuck? Serious, man. That's like pump the brakes, but I don't know what great country you live in, but
I would
agree. I would argue that at best it is an ideological standpoint that ignores the grave danger of gun ownership poses to communities in the US, and at worst a flimsy excuse to use firearms as some kind of dangerous toy for people to play with in their free time. I would not, however, deny people the pleasure of hunting or target shooting with a weapon that meets those needs. That is not a high capacity, rapid fire, semi-automatic or automatic weapons. So yeah, I could not resist.
What does that mean?
Oh my God, Rich.
Jeez,
really?
Louise.
You responded with a comment bigger than his. You can't do that.
Oh fuck yeah.
You gotta respond with like cry harder. For that, you respond cry harder, and then like that's it, you know.
Oh
so I
God!
wrote, good thing you don't make the rules. So you have a 2-year-old's understanding of the Second Amendment. Swimming pools kill more kids than AR-15s by a factor of 100, and are not a right guaranteed by law. Think about how many lives could be saved if we had a prohibition on swimming pools. The Second Amendment. Wait, who is that?
It's moist.
No. Oh, okay. It's Billy Slow. I thought it was somebody else. All right.
Oh shit.
The Second Amendment was written by a group of men that just fought off the world's largest superpower by armed citizens. Now explain to me how this is about hunting or target practice. Have you ever shot a gun? Have you ever loved a family member enough to arm yourself and train to protect them? When your door is kicked in at 4 a.m. and you're going to ask a gang of 4 armed men not to rape your wife or daughter, you need to man up. If you have a family, stop being a beta male. Because of weak men like you make it easy for predators to freely commit crime, which causes more trouble for everyone. The concept of herd immunity, where immunity swapped for armed, trained self-protection. Who's going to come and take my guns? You with what? And how do my guns pose a threat to anyone? You are completely brainwashed by liberal media. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Every liberal media personality has armed protection team. They don't care about you. You're just the liberal version of the smelly Walmart shopper. David Hogg has armed security. My friend the Pew Pew Jew says people with ARs don't get into boxcars. If you feel you're correct, I'd love to invite you onto a live show for a debate. I spelled that wrong also, but
so thank you for reading that. We all know every single argument that he posed. We all know every single argument that Rich posed. The problem is that, first off, Kurt asked an excellent question. Why is this dude watching a firearm channel? Right? Like that. This is the dude that's triggering himself, like at work. Like I need to take a break. I need to take a break. And then he's like on his phone, like, this is the problem with America. I don't get it. That's why, like, when I read that, the only thing I could respond was like, this is how you say my vagina is bleeding in the UK. Because I could easily
tampon incoming.
Yeah, I could go line by line and argument by argument, dispel every single thing that he said, but my brain hurts too much to do that.
I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
I got a question from an adult. First and foremost, bro, you just wrote the dude a fucking book. Do you really think he's gonna read that?
Dude,
I don't know.
You lost him on
So
the
here,
second
you have a good question, and I'm going to answer that with a very legitimate point. It's not necessarily for Ned Flanders.
Sorry, that was
it's not necessarily for Ned Flanders, who goes and reads my answer. It's for everybody else that sees his comment, says, what about that? And then they read my comment.
TLDR.
It's for the third person in the room. It's not for Ned Flanders.
Okay. I think most people are going to be like TLDR and be like, this person thinks this person thinks that, and I'm not going to read it. And I get what you're saying, though. It's, it's admirable. You put a lot of energy into that.
Yo, not going to lie. This is YouTube, dog.
I know. I know.
Right. And so I'll tell you what. I'll tell you how I've evolved in my Second Amendment feelings. When the Newtown shooting happened, I was like, I've got an AR-15. I kind of feel bad about that now. Maybe I shouldn't have an AR-15.
What?
Yeah, when the Newtown shooting happened, or when the girl down the block got raped by the deranged maniac, I was like, I got a dick.
Do you also own deranged maniacs? Oh,
no, I don't.
Okay.
I got a dick. And then I'm like, wait a second.
Cage
I had like CNN was like firing the neurons in my brain. I'm like, well, wait, no, that's my fucking gun. I'm not doing anything stupid with it. What are you talking about?
I thought you were gonna say something else about the person that raised somebody. Go, hey, wait a minute, that's my dick. I didn't stick it in.
Yes, that is a legitimate answer.
Whoa! I'm gripping a little too tight. Hold on a second. What am I doing? What am I doing?
I like the thought, like the demonic thought of like, oh my god, I have an AR-15. These things are dangerous. People are getting killed. I can't believe I have one of them.
Yo, Michael Boone said, "Damn it, Bobby."
Damn it, Bobby. Dude, but More Beta Prince nailed it. He said he's willing to watch something that he disagrees with. He'll read the book.
Okay.
It's a good
Fair
point.
enough.
It's a good point.
Fair enough. Yo, listen, hey, props to that guy for watching the whole video.
Yeah, props.
It was a YouTube short. It was 15 seconds long.
Exactly.
Dude,
exactly.
And the fact that he was like, I don't think I agree with this, man. I think I'm going to send him a strongly worded comment,
Yo. That was amazing.
I like, what are you want to send him a strongly worded comment? Like, what?
Let me see if this chop replied. Oh shit.
Yeah.
It's a book.
This is bullocks. This is all bullocks. All right. On that note, let's go ahead and shut it down, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you could,
no, we got to go another 7 minutes. Fuck it, I'm in.
I'm not. Ladies and gentlemen, it's probably going to go another 7 minutes anyway. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you do the most important thing of the evening, which, if you have not yet done this, first off, what are you doing? Secondly,
contact KAK. What?
Go to
CASHAPP me.
Do that. No, don't do that.
Go to flyingrich.com and CASHAPP. There's
a
listing.
You're both wrong. Go to pewportal.com
and
set up an account. And
does it spell over there?
I heard if you use code DLD35 that you save 1,000,000 pennies over the course of 200 years, roughly, something like that. I forgot. How much is it?
Yo, that's a hell
They
of a
charge you
salesman.
extra.
I think
Yeah.
they charge you an additional 35 cents.
Something like that. Yeah, it's worth it, bro. And if you guys have not gone to Pew Portal, guys, this is they are the buy sell trade place for the homies in one small bunch. They got spots for content creators, for businesses. There's deals on there. There's people selling stuff. You can go technically sell whatever you want on there. So go do it.
Ain't nobody gonna stop you. I sure as hell won't.
Yeah, it's totally unregulated by the turkeys. It is free speech. It is free market. It is free everything. It's not actually free. You got to pay like $5 or whatever, or $10. But
oh my god, $5. That's a lot of money.
I know, right? Especially when you save thousands of dollars on equipment, right? But anyway, I would encourage you guys to do it, and I would encourage you guys to also use code DLD35 because
yes,
you guys save money, and I think it actually. I want
for 35 cents a day, you could support a DLD after dark. You could feed him and clothe him
in the arms of the angel. Yeah. But make sure you go seriously because we got to support the homies, right? Just like we support Goonbeam, just like we support Gideon, just like we support, the homies, right? And just wait, we got definition knives dropping. You guys are going to be able to.
We haven't talked enough
that
about
is going to be
knives,
dude. I am pumped. Oh, I thought of a name for the turkey knife.
Oh,
you ready? Oh, why did Rich leave? You left for a little bit. Okay, you're back. So the name for the knife, paying homage to the tactical turkeys, is going to be called Birdshot. I was thinking turkey shot, but I think birdshot is
Birdshot sounds dope.
Yeah, I think it may be
I like that.
Birdshot.
Eagle Run. Oh man, you still going?
Run? Yo, shout out Eagle Run 23.
Eagle Run's the man. When we're talking about like state of the art AR builders, this guy is he's that.
Speaking of Eagle Run, yo man, the coffee, listen, it tastes fantastic. But speaking of Eagle Run, yo, it gave me the
Eagle
runs.
Runs. Dude, it is excellent coffee.
When's your coffee coming out? I heard y'all doing the
dark coffee.
I don't know when the coffee is coming out, but I know if you guys go to Texas Parks Outlet and you purchase some of the coffee. Now this is
Kurt.
This is small batch. Damn, Kurt, you are on fire, bro. Look at that.
Damn, Kurt. Woo! No, for real. What is coffee, man?
I don't know when the rich dark blend is coming out, but it'll come out probably soon. Maybe it'll be a dark rich blend, but we'll see. But either way, if you use code DARK on Texas Parks Outlet, you get coffee from a gun builder, not this stupid Black Rifle Coffee anti-gun bullshit that we see all the time.
Who is that? Why are their rifles always black? That's ridiculous.
I know, it's racist for sure.
Anyway,
and they're total sellouts and they hate you. So don't fall victim to that. But there's a bunch of different companies out there selling coffee. But if you want to support a gun builder's coffee brand, and if you want to keep the love like within the family, right? You want to support him.
Replied.
But also
not the limey. The guy's like, I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care, but I'm reading.
It's like, nah, bro, I'm 20. The AR was my first purchase. Tiger AR 5.56 MPR and the American flag. Not a bad rifle for my first.
Okay.
Anyways, yo, listen. The coffees are amazing. It's so amazing that you guys know my boy. He goes by what is it? Something Dust. Whatever he does with the dust. That's right. Yeah. Kick Up Dust 308. Let me tell you. So I had about half a pack of it, right? Because it's one of the things that I actually enjoy drinking.
Because when you're like fast roping out of helicopters, you pinch it and
right. And sometimes you gotta stuff it in.
Well, you mix it with the Coke.
Up the
right, and then you chase it with
50% by weight.
line. You know what I'm saying? And then you check. Anyway, so This man, listen, he comes over for one weekend and drinks half of it and goes, it's actually pretty good. And I'm like, yeah, bro, you try it. He's like, yeah, I've been drinking it since I was here. I'm like, huh?
Dang. Now all
I
we
go to
need is K-cups. You know what I'm saying?
Dog, listen.
One day.
He drank half of the bag.
Dang.
And I go to look and I'm like, bro, I didn't know you were drinking this. He's like, yeah, bro, what do you think I was drinking? I'm like, you son of a bitch. It's good coffee though, ain't it? He's like, yeah, bro, where can I get more? And I'm like,
dude, he's small batch roasting that shit in Texas.
Yeah.
Like in Texas. Like when I got the first bag, I actually had 3 bags.
Speaking of kick up dust, the coffee stealer.
Hey, there he goes. What's up, brother?
Hey,
unbelievable,
brother Dust.
Quadios.
But yo, no, for real. You need to come out. Eagle Run 22. Damn, I was about to drop his government. Yo, hey, help this man. Listen, you need to come out with your own coffee. That way, I could have more of my shits come out faster in the morning, which is great. Fantastic.
Yeah. It does. It inspires the poops. It does, for sure.
Yes.
It does.
Yes. But continue. Sorry.
He said, I love that coffee. Yeah, it's super
Yeah,
good.
we know.
So go to Texas Parks Outlet. To support your boy, man. We got to keep everything within our community, right? Support Pew Portal, support Texas Parks Outlet Coffee, support Tack Knives, support Goonbeam, support Gideon Optics, and let's keep it. If we do not lift each other up, we're going to fall, right? Like we have to lift each other up. We're a small community of people, and as far as builders go, we are less than 3% of the entire industry. So we need to support each other. So on that, before we go out, I'll let each of you guys say your last little piece before we hit the outro.
So I'll go flyingrich.com. All my social media is over there.
Okay, sorry. All right, last one.
Hands up, man. Hands up.
I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna do it. JK.
I always want you to do it now.
No, it's okay.
So flyingrich.com, all my social media.
I'm not doing anything.
But yeah, we're gonna have definition knives, and we're going to have Black Swan tactical triggers. So
sick.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be dope.
Triggers are coming.
Yeah.
Oh, is it my turn?
Yeah. Yep. Go ahead, man.
Oh. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? It's your least favorite gun villain, Dude Knowledge from the Tactical Turkeys. Listen, if you want to be a great shooter, well, let me tell you exactly how to do it. First, you are going to eat ass and kick ass. Guys, that's all the time we've got for you. I hope you enjoyed the 4-hour long what do you call this? Is it a podcast?
It's a show. It's a show.
Okay. I hope you guys enjoyed the 4-hour long show that my buddy DLD After Dark has put on for you guys, instead of making it out to a super awesome event locally to do night stuff. Instead of doing that, he is here entertaining you beautiful nerds, and I hope you guys appreciate it just as much as I did. Till next time. All right, that was all.
And sign up at Pew Portal. Stop bojangling, y'all. And you know what? I will still be doing night goon stuff tonight, because when I go out to walk my dog, you bet your ass I'm going to be bringing my nods out there, bro. You got to.
Don't forget the goon beam.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that's literally on my left side. So the IR, man, that thing is peak. Oh, and literally right here for you, a bag of 10 IR illuminators.
Oh, that's sick.
Right here. Sick. Yo, clearing rooms, drop them, boom, right? Room cleared, out of there. Leave a trail for your homies. Identify a place not to go. Like it, dude. and they come in 850 and 940. They're awesome. So
So I got a question with those. Are they really that bright?
They're crazy bright, and guess what? When you look at like IR chem lights, they're like $15 or something like that. This is $30 for 10 of them. You get 10.
Shit.
So take all 10, throw them in your dump pouch, and then just like use them as you need.
I wonder if it's strong enough to where if you put one in your butt and open your mouth, if you'd see the light.
Not quite that strong, but we'll work on something for you. We'll work on something. Yeah, we'll call it the PWEDC IR beacons, which is just but yeah, I got a bag for you, and I'm gonna send a bag to Dust, and I'm gonna send a bag to all y'all. These are gonna be available on DLD hardware, and you get 10 of them for $30, so they're $3 each instead of $15 for snapping a freaking IR chem light.
What's the life cycle on those?
So here's the crazy thing. Water resistant for 24 hours. Okay. Water resistant for 24 hours. And I'm sorry, water resistant for 12. It's really 24. Water resistant for 12 hours. Full power for 24 hours. After the afterglow, the burn will run for like 3 days.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
For $3. Like that's crazy, crazy. So yeah, these are from.
Can you fire them out of a 37mm cannon?
You actually can. Yes, you can. Literally.
Shut up.
I don't know why you want to, but yeah, I mean, you'd have to strategically place them so they didn't die. But yes, these are from Bellum Photonics, which is we'll call it a sister company of DLD hardware. But either way, these are super duper fire. These are awesome. And yeah, you guys are going to be seeing some more night stuff showing up on DLD hardware soon. And who knows, even maybe one day, like J arms and stuff like that.
I definitely would buy one.
Yeah, those are super dope. And your boy Flying Rich. Anyway, guys, look, I appreciate all y'all coming in and hanging out. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful for your time. So grateful for all y'all's prayers for my dad. He's doing much better, and I'm grateful for that. Thank you.
That's good.
Yeah, man, it has been crazy month. But look, everybody out there, we're living in tumultuous times. The most important things for y'all right now are to get right with your family and get right with God. Okay. And I encourage you guys to do that every single time I end every single show. I say the same things. I'll hightail it to the rules, but look, we are being diluted, I guess would be the best way. Like as men, they're trying to dilute us, and they're trying to keep us from being leaders in the community, leaders in our family. We're supposed to be warriors of God. We're supposed to stand up for what's good, for what's righteous. And being warriors, we're supposed to be ready, willing, and able to fight when need be. Okay. So you guys must prepare and act accordingly. And as a man, keeping yourself accountable to the highest standards, the only way you can do that is having rules, standards, and expectations of yourself. And some of those rules I like to share with you at the end of each stream. Rule number 1 is to be kind. It's so important that we're kind in everything that we do, even dropping stuff on the floor. That brief interaction that you have with somebody else could have a massive impact on their life. So be kind. Rule number 2 is to live a life of care, compassion, contribution, give to others. When you bless others, you become blessed, because a hand that's open to give is open to receive. And rule number 3, because we know the only way for us to defeat evil is with good men skilled in violence, make sure that you're becoming as highly skilled in violence as you possibly can be, and be safe, be dangerous, and keep that thing on you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are out of here. And the most important thing that I forgot is happy Father's Day.
Father's Day.
All the fathers out there. You guys are so important in your children's lives. And you know what? Even if you don't have kids, go celebrate your father. If your father isn't on the planet anymore, is with God, or go celebrate another father. Show some love to some people. Get them a card, a call, a hello, something. Just share some love, and let's I just want to see more teabagging in this world. Okay, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But look,
Oh,
for real,
God.
I love y'all so much. And as we end this and roll out of here, I just want to quickly go to our associate that's on the ground right before a Biden speech. Man, that's so
Yo,
crazy. I don't know why people don't like him. Like, is it
amazing.
something? Is it something he
He's the
said?
We already have a nigger mayor. We don't need any more nigger big shots.
I don't know. Maybe it's something that maybe it's something he said. I
I
love
love it.
y'all. I'll catch y'all on the
Amazing.
next one. Later.
Amazing.
Woo.